+1. +1. The what is the Lich? So, welcome. I'm gonna go fast mode into this game. Here we go. Because I'm excited to get started. I asked myself last time if it was immoral for me to check into my own stream. But I like using the excuse that I get to check and see that my programs are working. Welcome. Nova, Pixel, Otta, and that Lich. Doom Guide. We are getting closer and closer to the end of this game. This is the final day of the tournament in the city of Grant, so the final city in the game. I think I should fight these first, but I also want to see what this is. So we have some side missions before seeing the tournament fight. I started a whole ass 3 minutes earlier than last time. Claire Obscure is calling me tonight, but out the way as I haven't had my bone coffee. Dude, Claire Obscure? The goated? G-O-T-Y? Wait. Greatest of all time game of the year. Yeah, I know that's accurate, right? You know, it's just a shame. I haven't beaten Claire Obscure. I played through a good chunk of it, but I haven't beaten it. And the reason I haven't beaten it is because I got spoiled on it. I got spoiled on a lot of story beats in that game. Which is upsetting, because the game is great. But, man, once I got spoiled on it, I kind of lost the drive to play it. It's like, fuck, I missed out on experiencing some of that story. Here, you know what? We're gonna go do these fights right away.
Here we go.
But if you're gonna start later, I'll be sure to tune in. I've been trying to start earlier and end earlier on my side, because my schedule's been I've been taking needing to be up earlier and earlier, so. Weird monsters. Once you go and start your owl. I'll catch you in the middle of your stream at some point, I'm sure. Because I do like watching it.
Could be trouble.
This will be good training.
So an ADST often? Yeah. I think that's the better. Who's first? Okay, since first. Sorry. But yeah, no, I think starting earlier and ending earlier, it feels a little bit more comfortable doing so. Because sometimes, dude, like, I'll go, like, pretty late. I'll go to, like, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and I'm just fucking exhausted after. So I'm like, oh, I gotta start earlier when I'm more fresh. I still have some gas in the tank, some caffeine in my blood. And then end earlier so that I'm not feeling fucking exhausted immediately after. Well, when I say exhausted, I mean like socially exhausted. I'm like, you know, you gotta yap for 3-4 hours at a time. It takes its toll.
You're mine. All right.
From arrow. Oh, what am I need to morale.
I'll support you.
Everyone, let's go. Go for it, Sin.
I'll finish you all off right here.
They break. These bosses should be easy to get. This side mission is essentially the only reason it exists is to give XP. Those bosses always give good XP. I don't think you can outlevel bosses.
I'll get you all.
Like, I'm just not sure in general. Evil Eye. Fuse is always strong.
Don't move. Bye.
First.
We'll finish this. Yeah.
I should have went and looked for the newspaper. I looked for a newspaper last time. I don't think there was a newspaper. That's fine. I can sum up. So we are, like I said before, we're towards the end of the game. This is the final chapter. We're about halfway through the final chapter, I'd say. Roughly. Yeah, roughly halfway through the final chapter. Estelle and Joshua are currently in Grand Cell. This is outside of Grand Cell. But they've entered the martial arts tournament with their big buddy Zin Batek. That's where his name has actually changed pronunciation over the years.
That went better than I thought.
Because I remember some of the older games he was called Jin Batek, but here he's called Zin. It was always spelt Zin, but it was pronounced Jin. I don't know if that's like a localization thing or what. He did it. Let's keep this momentum going. But here's Zin. We're in the martial arts tournament because we have an important message from Professor Russell, who was kidnapped in the previous city. We have an important message from Professor Russell to the Queen, who's in this castle here in Gressel Castle. Our only way into the castle is by winning the martial arts tournament and being invited to a supper, a dinner with the Queen herself. And of course Duke Duden, but Duke Duden has turned out to be a political puppet from Colonel Richard. Should also probably forewarn anyone here that this is the end of the game. This is where all the spoilers are located. Is that the last two cities where all the spoilers are from the story. The good news is that if you have interest in this series, the second game comes out in September, and I would suggest maybe over the summer would be a good time to refresh your memory on things.
Here we go.
Where's this? I don't want to fight these. I want to fight the boss. I guess this is the boss. It's really strange. So typically the world bosses you're like forced into fighting them in turn based, but these ones actually roll around. You can break them first, which is weird. Yep.
You're mine.
But yeah, so trying to get into the castle to talk to the Queen.
I'll finish you all off right here.
As it also turns out, a lot is happening behind the scenes. Colonel Richard, again, major spoilers, Colonel Richard is orchestrating a mass conspiracy across the kingdom of Liberal. All of the big issues we dealt with, the theft of the jewel, the burning of the orphanage, the kidnapping of Professor Russell, all of it was orchestrated by the intelligence division's leader, Colonel Richard. Not sure what to do with it. He's doesn't have anything. Okay, we gotta do this.
No place to run. There. Here we go.
And we also learned from the journalists Niall and Dorothy that Colonel Richard is also involved in finding a marriage partner for the enigmatic and mysterious Princess Claudia, who we've yet to meet.
Keep pushing.
For reasons unknown, of course, but that will come out in due time. I could just morale. Comes in. Doesn't kill me.
Go for it, Zin.
Colonel Richard also has possession of the Black Ordnance, which he has called the Gospel, with the capital G.
Ready and
We've seen the power of the Gospel in previous streams. It is capable of completely nullifying orbital technology, even something as powerful as a relic, or sorry, artifact. An artifact being, of course,
perfect move.
an orbital relic from the ancient Sumerian civilization that disappeared 1,200 years ago. Why?
Joshua. Don't move. Bye.
And the Gospel itself does not appear to be an artifact. It appears to be made recently, which adds another layer to the strange things happening in this area. Oh, I have a zero cast. There you go. But for what he's going to use the gospel for is unknown as of now.
Yes. Let's do this.
And the final layer to these strange happenings and conspiracies is that our father, Estelle and Joshua's father, Cassius Bright, the former commander of the Royal Army of Liberal and turned bracer, is currently missing in action. He was believed he was kidnapped early on from the hijacking of the Sky Pirate hijacking of one of the airships, but it turns out that is not the case. He escaped. Well, he left the ship before it departed.
Not enough. Training
He was never
ends.
captured, but he is
Getting
currently
excited.
MIA. Things are going smoothly. This next one is the last. Let's not lose focus. This should give us a nice level boost to speed through the other side quests. Here, I'm actually gonna
Here we
fast
go.
travel. Speed boost is always nice. Alright.
This
Last
time
boss.
is business. Hot game.
Such a lively audience. Let's see what you're made of. Stay calm and keep moving.
All up.
For your troubles.
This should make the other. We're gonna taunt. This should make the other the dungeon we're about to do as well, the Western Sewers. I think it's Western Sewers. The Western Sewers easier.
It's my turn.
Clock up. Joshua.
There.
Thanks. Leave it to me. The perfect move.
Okay, I should actually probably limit break with him.
Keep pushing.
I'll get you all. I'll back you up. This is the end. Bite.
We'll finish this. Anytime.
Probably should say that full burst. Never mind.
Ready and
The monster has a res, but that's a bunch dead.
Let's go.
We should be fine.
There.
Zed also has a crit.
Here we go.
Not up for this bastard. We have a delay, right? Oh yes.
How's this?
Yeah, I should be using these positionals more, and I always forget.
I'll support you.
Positionals are new to me
Heralding fist.
because they started in Daybreak 1. That's the current game I'm on and I've been on for the past 6 months.
Olivier.
But yeah, we'll just cast it.
How's this? There.
This should kill him. I hope. Arts boost. Doesn't help significantly. Yeah.
You're mine. Gotcha.
And Joshua with the finish. Alright. No reses.
How do you like that?
We got one level up out of that. That's fine. We'll get another one from the dungeon for sure. That was the last one, right? Yeah, that should be the end of... That sounded terrible. That cry just now. It might be the pack's leader. Perhaps they're trying to regroup after the loss of their comrades. It'd be dangerous to leave them alone. We can probably figure out their location based on the direction of the cry. Alright, let's head there now. A new monster pack location is marked on the map. We also now, as of the last stream, we also have some personal stakes for Estelle and Joshua. Let me teleport over here.
Okay, here we go.
Obviously, Estelle and Joshua are hiding feelings from each other. Despite the fact that they're stepbrother and stepsister, technically, I guess that doesn't matter to them very much. Joshua has always been kind of secretive about his past. He just kind of appeared in Cassius, their father, in Cassius's arms at the beginning of the game in the prologue. And he seemed to already know Cassius Bright, even at the age that he was at, which was like, he was like 8 years old. He was just a little kid. Both of him and Estelle were just little kids when Joshua was adopted. And Estelle has also been fumbling with her own feelings about Joshua, especially when they went to the academy, and she was teased by Chloe, and I can't remember the other girl's name. I think the other girl's name is Jill. Teased by Chloe and Jill about being together with Joshua. Although Estelle at the time insisted that they were just brother and sister. Estelle is a very terrible liar. She remembered fondly on the tender, heartfelt moments she shared with Joshua during their adventure in this game. Whoa. Hey, do you think that thing is... That thing is very big is what it is. It's bigger than the others. It must be the leader. This thing's on par with the wanted monster. Things just got interesting. We will give them one last requiem. Oh boy, he's got others, huh? This fight could be kind of rough, but I think we should be okay. Or that was what I was going to suggest. There are this many? Or still this many? Damn, we're surrounded. It's not going to be easy to fight our way out of this one. Right, there's just too many of...
Come forth, Thunder God! Rise from the rift between the sky and sea!
It's Kurt. Whoa. The Thunder Fang Shu technique. He's here. Kurt.
We'll talk later. I'll lend a hand.
Thank you very much. Well then, let's try this again, shall we? Morale.
I'll support you.
Let's do this!
Oh, Kurt's actually in the fight. It's a guest character. Nice. Okay. Don't really need to steal much. Stella's the Grail Locket, so she's immune to debuffs, which is excellent. That's beyond good. Joshua.
There. Thanks. Ready at any time. I'm going all out. I'll get you all.
Okay, so he's a zero cast. Flying strike down that low. More interested in chaos spreading these monsters. Hide spitter. And again, I can also just go for straight damage. That might be the best way to thing to do. Nice. Full burst.
We'll finish this. Yes. Let's do this. It's over.
Kaboom.
Here we go.
Alright, so Zin can taunt.
I'll finish you all off right here.
I hit everybody? I can. Nice.
Come on, over here.
Taste my Wu-Tang style.
Let me heal you. Thanks.
Yeah, Kurt's got a crit. Just
I'll
good.
back you up.
Feng Shu technique, impervious steel.
Kurt is so like 80s, 90s anime
I'll show no mercy.
with his voice acting.
I'll get you all.
Vector technique. Impervious steel. Wow. Another one of
Let
these.
us begin.
Okay.
All power!
I'm gonna play it a little safe.
I can take them all!
Regards. Let's try and get everybody in here. I guess not. Let's try and get these sorted.
Payback time!
Let's begin.
Okay.
There.
Man, instant clock up X is crazy. Oh yeah. Get that cast off right away.
Fire. I'll buff you.
And think Olivier sure might be the play later on. I would like to keep Joshua and Estelle in the party. I think you get the opportunity to replace them at the end of the game. I don't quite remember. I'm gonna try and keep Joshua and Estelle in the party permanently, even in the final finales.
Spirit unleashed.
Salamandius. How goes it, man? How was your weekend? Did you celebrate your Valor Bears victory? By partaking in song and dance. Oh yes, a buff up. Thank you. This will be perfect. Give him a few whacks in the head. My Wu-Tang tube. So he's gonna revive. Forgot about that. Alright.
Perfect move. I'll back you up. What? Slash. Let's go. I'll get you all.
End of the break.
I'll back you up. This is the end. Farewell.
Kaboom. Full burst.
We'll finish this. Ready and
Damn, he's tanky. So if he's just gonna sit there and revive things over and over, that's fine. That means he's not attacking me.
let's begin.
I can give him the wump with this tube. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, we'll just keep spamming this shit on him.
With grace. I'll back you up.
You're leaving the Packers fan like he's going out of style. There you go.
I'll buff you.
Talk the trash, these fools. These Packers fools. That guy said before, I am like an absolute tourist when it comes to sports. But like now I'm like kind of invested in the Bears arc, the Bears redemption arc.
Here we go.
Need a rush. I want him to break.
There.
I'm on fire. All right.
I'll back you up.
Wisconsin there's a cheese breakfast. We call the Packers cheese. That is perfect. I don't know shit about the state, so some U.S. lawyers always get to hear. Wisconsin, the cheese state, the holy state of cheese.
I'll be your opponent.
And I'll just flicker.
Joshua. Too late.
He's almost down.
All your sin.
All right, get him the dragon fist. I was gonna back bonus. Dragon fist. Full burst.
Finish them off. Anytime.
I got a burst master. Level up. Excellent. You've been wearing cheese grater hats. The Bears quarterback raised some actual cheese on the post-game show. With a shit-eating grin, no doubt. Grating some cheese. Like, look at this. Nicely done. Alright, how about that? That was something. Sin was great, but you rookies really held your own too. Just what I expect from the team that made it to the finals. You were amazing too, Kurt. That technique earlier was incredible. Wait, hold on. Why are you here, Kurt? I thought you were busy with other work. My other tasks. I wrapped those up quickly. I've been working on this request while covering the World Tournament these past few days. And I realized the pack was much larger than previously thought. I heard you all were heading out, so I hurried over just to be on the safe side. But seeing Zin here, I'm guessing you didn't really need me. Not at all. We made it through thanks to you. By the way, that thunder technique earlier, were you holding back during the World Tournament? No. I just never got the chance to use it against you. Ah, I see. Wait, no I don't. So Kerr is in the tournament working other jobs and keeping an eye on this investigation at the same time? Yeah, seems like he took on several tasks all at once and handled them all perfectly. Simply astounding. That's the artful tactician for you. Speaking of tasks, Brant and Eldon filled me in on things. Mainly that you've been handling jobs that were meant for me these past 2 days. Oh no, you didn't really do anything special. You would have handled them with your eyes closed, I'm sure. No, you really helped me out. My load was a lot lighter thanks to you all. Any good bracer has a pure-hearted desire to help and support other people. I feel like you all showed me the essence of what our supporting Gauntlet album stands for. Stamps? Stands. Seems you two have already experienced a lot as bracers. I guess so, huh? If we managed to help even a little, then it was definitely worth the effort. Of course, thank you both for all the help. Well, I'd better return to the guild. I've got another task lined up. Huh? I thought your other job's already finished. As long as people rely on us, a bracer's job is never done. Well then, I'll be going. I'm looking forward to the finals this afternoon. Our new head coach is catching heat for saying fuck the Packers in the locker room celebratory. Over for it. Fuck the Packers. Yeah, man. Fuck the Packers. I have no dog in this fight, but I will say it again. Fuck the Packers. There's just no competing with that, huh? Yeah, that's the Ace Bracer, the Gransel branch for you. Wait. They got mad at him for saying fuck the Packers in the locker room? They must be really... They should keep a camera in there 24/7 here what else is heard. Probably in a fucking locker room. I can't afford to slack off either. Perhaps he's a goal we're chasing for our rookie bracers. Yeah, we gotta give it our all. So that someday we can stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of him.
Woo! All done.
Period, monsters. I'm sure fuck the Packers is not the worst thing anybody's ever said in that locker room. It's a bit doofy, isn't it?
Here we go.
Alright. Anton. This silly boy. There's this pretty woman who walks by here a lot. The only joy I have in life is counting how many times I get to see her each day. Oh no. He's a simp. Alright. If I see her 3 times today, I'll be motivated to turn my life around. I'll just pretend to read a book while I wait for her to pass by. Who is this woman that you keep saying? This thing is blotted out, which means that there's probably someone to speak to who walks past here.
What's going to happen this year?
I better do some cheering.
Oh, let's fast forward. Is there anybody walking around? Let's see, we walk around. Is it this old lady? No, that's not an old lady. Wait, that is an old lady. Berna? It can't be Berna. What about you, Ricky? Nothing about this mysterious woman he's talking about. Did I actually wait for her to walk by?
Now
Is he looking at this old lady? Yes. Oh, I stopped her on accident. Sorry, Anton. Oh, it's this lady right here, right? Marsha. It's unsportsmanlike for a head coach to say it, apparently, but he hates them as much as we do. Unsportsmanlike, okay. He has really embraced the role of head coach of the Chicago Bears, one of the oldest rivalries in sport, going on 100 years. And in those past 100 years, there was never a time where the coach of the Chicago Bears said, fuck the Packers. Never happened. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Come on, Anton. Look at her. She's right there, buddy. Yeah, he's looking at her. The man in front of the department store keeps staring at me. He's so creepy. Anton. Poor bastard. You're being weird, buddy. You're being real weird. That's one. Just 2 more. If I can see her 2 more times, I'll finally turn my life around. But what if she doesn't pass by here again today? Pass by, don't pass by. Pass by, don't pass by. Pass by. Oh no. Okay. Let's do some laps, shall we? His exact words were, "Fuck the Packers. I fucking hate those guys."
This place is the best for shopping.
You know, in a sport like football, that's probably the nicest thing he could have said about the Packers, all things considered. Really, they should be giving him an award for for being so kind in his wording. Come on, Marcia. You got the pace. You go by 2 more times. There's a creepy man staring at her, and she has this group of weirdos following her. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Almost, almost, almost. Walk, guys. Anta, what are you doing? Go talk to her. I made eye contact with that strange man again. I'm starting to get scared. Maybe I should stop going that way. Anta, what are you doing, buddy? He used to coach Elijah, the same division, so he already has it up for them. Oh. So the expectation was already upon him to say these words that he said, is what you're telling me. To no one's surprise, then. It sounds like it's posturing at this point. Just once more. If I can just see her one more time, I'll be reborn like a phoenix with the drive and fire to live. My one and only, my goddess. Oh boy. Oh, Anton. Alright, Marcia. One more time. Earlier this year when they asked him why he chose Chicago in the same division, he said, "I really like beating Matt LaFleur twice a year." Is that the other coach? As the Packers said, okay, I gotcha. Again, the expectation was already there, to nobody's surprise. Come on, Marcia. You're almost there. Let's go see the creepy man one more time. Just once more. Almost there. She's not gonna complete. That guy over there keeps staring at me. It's too scary. I'm not going to go that way anymore. Ah, you're braces, right? Oh, thank goodness. Now you're here. Everything will be okay. They hate each other for real. I can imagine so. Dude, coaches that want nothing. They're either like the best of friends behind the scenes, right? Or they absolutely hate each other's guts. They'll like flip each other off and like yell at each other on the way to their fucking cars. The way you're twitching around reminds you of skeletons. Nice. Skeletons. Oh, wait. I've had these in the entire time? What? That's not gonna make a huge difference. Okay, these are like early game stuff that I just ignored, I guess. Okay. And this is not a skeleton twitch. This is a... what do you say? A time-wasting shuffle. Yeah, health on Still. Damage on Joshua. Defense on Estelle. Magic on, I guess, Joshua. Up of Spears, ADF, so Estelle. Adventurer's Time Sink, precisely. Elixir Strength, 5. Oh, I meant to put on, oh well. There we go. Alright. Staring at me with such blatant lust in his eyes. What's his problem? It's so incredibly rude. You don't like Anton, dude. Anton's... oh, I gotta stay with her. Okay, I see. Let's just stick Zin next to Marcia, so you can give Anton the old, the knowing smirk. Sorry, Anton. Marcia wants nothing to do with you. That's 3 times, buddy. That's it. She passed by 3 times. If only OSRS Ninja was here. 3 times. I feel like thanking everyone in the whole universe. Thank you. Thank you. I'm here. I'm alive. And thank all of you too. Here, take this to mark the occasion. Ah, volume 11 of the book. I'm buzzing so much, I might just tell her how I feel. Oh, Anton, I don't think that's a good idea, buddy. What's Ricky had to say? In a way, I don't think Anton's got it so bad. I can't get that excited about anything. I love Anton. I think Anton is in every game. I'm pretty sure he's in every Trails game. He shows up.
Welcome.
What do we need?
Okay. One of these stores
what'll it be?
sells...
You want tea? Mine is. Please take time for some shopping.
I
Okay, no
simply
new,
cannot decide.
newspapers. Pretty soon I'll have to stock up on these, though. I've been doing okay so far with items, though. It's actually really easy to get mana in this game. Mana and money. Okay, so next up, the dungeon. East Block sewers. I was saying earlier, Estelle and Joshua now have some personal stakes in getting into the castle as well. They didn't really have personal stakes before, after they figured out their dad was okay. But now they do. Joshua promised Estelle he would reveal his past to her.
I see. So that's why the guild manages this
Items.
Yeah, I can sense some fierce monsters around.
Perfect. A little training before the final.
And Estelle promised that she would tell Joshua what's on her mind. And I think we are all aware that what's on her mind is Joshua. And how pretty he is. Let's just go all the way around. Ah. Oh, he's gonna reveal something to her already, right? I think that's everyone's expectation now. And they swore this under a starry night sky. Their words, not mine. It was all dramatic and shit. Those tender moments when Estelle and Joshua fight for. They didn't seem to mean all that much initially. And, you know, in a way, they don't mean all that much to the actual plot. For their character development, this is everything. They must see things to the end. Okay, this place is kind of labyrinthine, so... Luckily, I actually tried out... I had a chance to try out, the original Might and Magic game earlier. That game is from 1986.
Quite the aura.
And it loaded it up on fucking DOSBox. It's a wizardry clone. I actually didn't know it was a wizardry clone. I always thought Might and Magic was more... I don't know how to put it. Not tile-based, I guess was the best way to put it. But it seems like later wizardries did away with the tiles for more
Treasure
open
discovered.
exploration. It's a very primitive game. I will say that, Hawkeye. Oh, this is a gun for, Olivier. Hawkeye. Oh, he gets arts division.
That defense ain't
Watch his spray.
We'll end
You know what? Doom Guide is actually here. Doom, you need to pay attention to what he's saying, man. This visor makes things a little hard to see, so... Spray him. You know what? Don't even wait for him to say it. Like, say it. Just go ahead and just spray him, whatever. It's crazy how difficult it is to play old games on new... Yeah, it gets fucking annoying. That's why I like GOG. GOG goes out of the way to make sure old games can play on new computers. They're not perfect. There's some games that have not been updated and do not run on modern systems without some third-party shit. But I was surprised that Might and Magic 1 ran at all. But I mean, it did use DOSBox, which is the easy way to get some that old to run. Plus 3 bar. Spray bomb down bad.
refuses to cooperate.
Wait, what if you're playing attracts monsters?
Ah, but how could I refuse an audience so perfectly in tune with the loop?
Refuse
I'm a
them.
little lost. And by that, I mean I'm going to flounder around until I find my way. But the good news is about playing old games like Wizardry is like peak to me. Wizardry tickles my tism in a way that
Oh?
I don't know.
It's treasure.
And I wasn't even around when Wizardry was the big hit thing. Well, I guess Wizardry 8 came out in 2002, didn't it? Maybe I was around and I just didn't know. I just didn't know about it. Where did I? Oh, yeah. Hands up. Here we go. Nice. Those old grid-based dungeon crawlers, they still... The designs that they came up with at the time, given the limitations of their technology, still resounds even today. Look at this. This is all a big fucking grid. Once you can see the grid, it's actually quite easy to make your way around. I think there's a door here, but I don't know about that yet. Maybe the door is there. My favorite common writer came out 20 years before I was middle aged, right? Finding these ancient relics of a long lost civilization. Did I go down here? I don't think I did. Okay, like I said, this area can be kind of fucking confusing to get around, so I did all this. No. This is the other dungeon. This is the western sewer. So everything over here is what matters. I believe there's a door here, but we can't get through it yet. But I was watching this Twitch streamer the other night. His name is Bardic Broadcasts. And he fucking loves wizardry. He is the wizardry guy when it comes to those old fucking PC, like 1986, 1984 games on PC. He was talking about wizardry designs in modern games, and not so modern games, but RPGs throughout the years. Even Diablo 1 has a structure that's very similar to wizardry. There's a town, there's a church, and there's a dungeon. And it goes down, and it goes down, and it goes down. And that's the game. Okay, I need to not get hit by this random shit. Okay, so this is clear. Back up. Also, auto maps are one of the greatest inventions ever. Because back in those games you did not have a map, but they were way more labyrinthine than these designs. Okay, so I need to go all the way back, and then I missed this area. But I got the chest. That's all that matters to me. It has a spell which makes it impossible to hit with water attacks. Let's cut it by anti-dispel magic card. Oh man, dude, he is pulling out the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh nonsense on you. What are you gonna do about it? Is it Yu-Gi-Oh that breaks its own rules in its show? Like in the Yu-Gi-Oh show, like they always like made up shit, just as it was, as they were playing. They're just making up nonsense rules. Keeps it dramatic. Get out of here. Follow the grid. Follow the grid. There we go. Always left.
All right, treasure time.
Nice, Sepith. Okay, that's the boss we need to kill. Okay, this could be annoying, but fuck it. Oh boy.
I won't let you.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, okay, I should be okay. This Grail Locket is gonna make a lot of these fights not nearly as difficult as it could be. Freeze is fucking annoying, because freeze, when you hit by freeze, when you're hit afterwards, you have a chance to shatter, which kills you. Terrible. Terrible stuff. Like points hits zero. He's gonna be sent to the Shadow Realm, man. I also like how the Shadow Realm was something made up by, I don't remember the company's name. The company that localized Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they didn't want to depict death in a children's show. They're like, oh, they don't die. They get sent to the Shadow Realm. You know what the Shadow Realm is? It's hell. It's hell.
With grace.
How's this?
But they don't die. They just get sent to Shadow Hell. You know, yeah, no big deal.
I'll support you.
Time to strike.
Yuki's grandpa is fucking murdered. That makes it even worse. fucking died, dude. Doesn't make it worse. Like I said, like, you get sent to hell essentially. This is hell. This is hell.
Perfect move.
Okay, I hope these guys can get. Maybe I should just stick with Flicker. Yeah, I'll stick with Flicker.
Faster.
I prefer Death or being stuck in Shadow Hell. Yeah, Shadow Hell doesn't sound very nice. It's bad enough that there's 9 hells, and then you gotta add a Shadow Hell on top of it. And don't even get me started on the Shadow Fell. Snipe shot, every trigger. No, I need to keep spamming clock up EX.
Thanks. Let's go. Perfect move.
Shame, man.
I'll back you up. Gotcha. We'll finish
I
this.
was about to career. I started showing Tristan got sent. That is true.
Ready and all yours, Sin.
Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a fucking meme. That's some pretty strong memes. That's why I got, you're gonna hear the sound cut up for a second. That's why I love getting this emote conviction. Thank you, Joey. Maybe to a 10th layer of hell with a traitor? Oh no. Oh no. No more 10 hells. I've already been through that once. That was a very good campaign though. The world's biggest twist. I actually, that was probably on the last, that would have been the last thing I would have thought of. Is that we were in a 10th layer of hell. That's D&D for you though. Taunt. No, he's already got them tied. I need to distend.
Dragon breath. Go through me. Follow my lead, Estelle.
Okay, bit of morale.
Time to strike.
Here we go.
Your limit break. Oh, he had a 0 cast. That's fine.
Take this.
Pot of greed. I draw 3 cards. Roll my dice. That is what it do, Yugi.
You're mine. It's my turn.
0 cast. Oh, why not? Oh, he had guard. Shit. That almost killed Olivier. Okay.
I'll show you the essence of
We're okay though. We're okay.
here. Taste this. You're mine. Let's go.
So I just gotta see some feet. Oh, Lune. Lune? Luna? What's her name? Lune? Loon. Looney. Looney Tune.
Perfect
Your
move.
fucking feet. The dogs are out, as some may say.
Here we go. Of course. Let's do this.
I will definitely be in soon. Good guy. I want to tune in as well.
Here, Estelle.
Go for backup. Come on. This thing went under the bird spell.
Too slow. I won't let you.
Payback time.
I'll be your opponent.
Okay, so this is gonna get a little hairy. I'm going to flicker and then alt. Never break. S-break, S-craft, whatever you want to call it.
You're mine.
That
I can't fall yet.
that guard is dangerous.
Farewell.
Where's they're all staggered? This should do enhanced damage.
Ready and
Boom. Nice. The big boss is dead. Little man is dead.
Here, Estelle.
One dude left. Bonefish. What's he weak to? He's weak to fire. Perfect. Eat this.
Have another.
That went better than I thought.
Nice one, Estelle.
Mission complete.
Easy. Alright. So I missed one hallway, looks like, in a room.
Very good.
All right. We defeated them.
I better heal before I get rocked. Tiger Hearts. Wow. Max HP 1500, strength defense 40, speed 10, resist seal delay 75. Holy shit. That's a very strong item. Okay, come on. I guess Joshua. This would bump up his HP to acceptable levels. And the big thing is he gets a big... Oh, god damn, hell yeah. That is a Joshua item through and through. Joshua's less of a what do you call it? Glass cannon now. Some magic. So I'm actually gonna try and do some cooking.
Sewer's so fast.
Alright, Joshua. This eggnog is
Sure,
very good.
leave it to me. Yeah, this went well.
Special
And this is
eggnog.
only a part of it.
It could very well be connected to the entire underground of the royal capital. Ah, well. If we're done here, let's head back up. This chest looks ominous.
Ah, of course it's a fucking trap chest. Okay, let's seal up then.
Phew, that was close.
Get the mana back up. Okay, now it's save. And go.
This one's dangerous. Keep it together.
Creepy sheeps.
I'll avenge you. I'll finish you all off right here. Sin. Come on, over here. Let's go.
The taunt off, okay.
I'll get you all.
No need to go easy.
We have Chaos Brand, but what I should do actually is hit them with the White Gehenna.
Going.
Ah, still has a zero cast. That's fine.
You'll pay for that.
We get the Earth Guard off. Exit. One of them has a heal.
Let's go.
They have a lot of stuff actually. Okay, so let's try and hit everybody. Also,
Don't let off.
I can take them all.
right here.
I'll support you.
Time to end this.
Bow, bow, bow. I love the limit breaks in this game. It looks so good.
For your troubles.
I look in the original too with the chibi pixels, but oh, they translate so
My
well to
turn.
3D.
I'll handle the lot of you.
Okay, what I do need to do is clock up. Stell.
There.
All right.
Okay, now we can not morale because I don't have any. Ah,
Take them all.
what a misplay. Okay,
No need to go easy.
sit here.
Here we go.
I won't let you.
That's right, the creepy sheep of a taunt. I forgot.
There.
Do you?
Safeguard.
Yeah.
It's not doing well for them because they're resisting the taunt and just getting the strength up buff. Oh man.
Faster.
Doom consumes all.
It's my turn.
So what I do need to do for Olivier is give
handle
him
the lot of you.
more elements. He needs more elements, some more spells, more
Shall we dance? Here we go! Let us dance. Yeah!
he needs more AoE spells.
Let's do this! I'll finish you off!
Nice, it's 2 down. Ow.
Payback time!
Now I'm mad.
Morale?
I can take them all.
This
Everyone,
is
let's
Estelle's
go.
strongest ability.
Here we
With
go!
opposites taunted, unfortunately. That's fine though. Come on with this. Dragon Fist. The skill of Shaolin.
You're mine.
Hold on, I just realized I need an update. My OBS has needed an update for 3 weeks. I keep putting it off. I'm like, I'll update it after I just stream, and then I conk out in bed like, oh shit, I forgot. Oh. Give it the block.
I'll show no mercy. Gotcha! Here we go!
My OBS has needed an update for 3 months. Oh, Claire Obscure needed an update. What did they add to it? Did they add like a Game of the Year update?
For your troubles.
Let's begin.
Just die, creepy sheep.
Too slow!
Just be done with
Night, night, kitty cat.
it. Night night, kitty cats.
Wonderful moves, Olivier.
Updates always fuck something out. Going OBS does break very easy, yeah. Just last week, all I did was I plugged in my PS4 controller to stream. That's all I did. And then OBS, PS5 controller, and the PS5 controller has the microphone built into it, so I read it as a new audio device, and that killed the entire program. Nothing was getting sound through to OBS. I had to restart my PC. Luckily, I got an SSD. Damn it. Oh, DLC. Oh. Is it more story? Or is it like a...
That's a relief.
I know for sometimes to these type of games, they'll add like an end game dungeon. EX dungeon, if you will. Oh, capital. There we go. More story. Oh, nice. There we go. And he's in. The story in that game is impeccable. Well deserving of Goaty. I just wish I wasn't spoiled on it. I didn't get spoiled on it. Alright, support these.
Do tell.
Be earned. What I can do is I can actually lurk Doomguide on my phone. I don't know if Twitch allows that, but I don't care. Keep them up on my phone. Give me a second here. I like to support whether Twitch likes it or not. Okay, I got him up. Or whenever he starts. Save him DLC con complete scores even as second. Usually start the DLC as soon as possible. At least it's not like,
Great job.
what is it, Dragon's Dogma? Dark Horizon DLC? You go to that island at level 2 when it unlocks, you just die. Just and you're stuck there. Story speed run any percent. There you go.
Let's see.
Okay, all side missions have been finished. I'm gonna hit up the Orbital. Pixelate! Man, I feel a lot lighter. This pixelate, everybody needs a pixelate redeem, because you lose weight instantly, just like that. As easy as turning your hand over.
What do we need?
So,
Okay, I need
what'll
stuff
it be?
for, Ah, I can actually upgrade these. I'm not gonna do that yet. Not quite
See you
yet.
later.
I don't think there's a point yet. Racer jacket. Crit evasion, arts evasion. Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be. Wait, what is Joshua's critical percentage? You have to beat the game first. It's just why it's such a spoiler. I do appreciate when games do that. They make it so you can't accidentally spoil yourself. Beat the game first and then unlock it. This way I should make Joshua crit builds. Right now, I have him as a limit break build, but he's not really gonna come online until later. And Impede isn't nearly as strong as it used to be. Where is crit? No. Do I not have crit ports? Interesting.
I can't decide.
So, what'll it be?
I guess there is no crits quartz, unless I'm blind. Am I blind? Hit 3, now that's hit. Yeah, that's accuracy, it's cast time, it's speed. Or sight with critical health, no. Arts defense, no. Ah, here we go, it's strike. Okay, so trying to do some quick maths. Strike 3. 9% plus 5 is 14% crits. Joshua has a base of 9%, I think. Is that right?
I'll take this.
As he is now, anyway. None of these add crit.
See you later.
Okay, Joshua, hold still. This might hurt a bit. Okay. Oh, he gets Hellgates. I think it's poison. So that's 18%, and then with the jacket. Oh, it's 5%. Okay, I see. Oh, I'm on the wrong person. What am I doing? Joshua, there we go. Also, Malcolm's Arctic. I just finished all the filler stuff with the bosses. We're about to resume the story, and I'm just gearing up now. I'm switching Joshua to a crit build. Because I just got this jacket. Okay, so he's at 23%, which is solid. TP gain rate is up. Do I have any crit? Other items, 5%. Because I think it might be in my best interest to crit more often, because delay is not nearly as strong as it used to be. Green sphere. Poison blind sleep. Accuracy 50%. CP gain 30%. The other thing is that Tita isn't here to really make the victory headband really strong. Morale is good. From Estelle. But 30% on, what, 15 gain? 15 CP gain is not huge. 28%. Evade up and arts evade up. He loses a sizable chunk of strength, 10 strength. Luckily I'll get better items soon, but we'll try for a bit. I'm hoping Flicker crits will pay off significantly. And same with Evil Eye crits. status. Yeah, there's fine. These are all fine. Accuracy. I should get accuracy on Zin. I'm not worried about accuracy on Olivier because he's a caster.
What do we need?
I
Where's
simply
accuracy?
cannot decide.
I should put this on Zin actually. This is a break 3.
I'll pick this.
Where is accuracy? Hit 3. Here we go.
I'll take this. See you later.
Okay. Hurry up for these final fights. Earth Element exclusive slots. Break 2. We want this to be break 3. HP 2 is fine. Action 2 is fine. B cut 2. Arts Defense 2. You know, I don't recall if these two actually leave the party from now. I might have to unlock their slots normally. Normally I would say don't unlock their slots because they get unlocked
I
through
simply
story
cannot
progress.
decide.
But I think it might be safe to unlock these now.
See you later.
Okay. A little bit more tinkering here. This is Earth. Ah, this is Earth. That means break 3 can go there. I would like to remove this, please. There we go. Okay, break 3 here. And we want accuracy up here. Because Zin is a melee and skills, arts, or no, sorry, crafts. Crafts are called skills, or skills are called crafts. So we want him to have accuracy 100%, so he can always hit. Okay, is this a all elements? Okay, so we have EP, action, so he needs cast. I'm gonna buy. Oh, I'm. Shit. Do I have enough to get cast 3?
I simply cannot decide.
I do not. Okay, that's fine. He can get over the cast 1 for now. He's pretty fast as is. Cast 1 is fine. Line 2, Arts Defense 2, AP 3. Maybe not. What I should do is actually give him something that gives him more AoE spells. Ah, that puts Petrify and Stone Guard on him. Or Earth Guard. White Gehenna. Ooh. Also gives him Forte. Forte's not bad. Silver Shield, Hearts up, and critical health, and a defense up buff. Septium Vein. This gives him a lot of Earth and Wind spells. Wow, this gives him a lot of water and fire. He doesn't have... Wait. No, he has them. Latir and Latir. You didn't have Thelis? I've been playing this entire time without Thelis. What is wrong with me? Okay, so this is Earth and Water. This is Earth and Wind. I want this because I want him to be more supporty. I suppose I could even give him Mercy. Now we'll stay with this because Wind is really strong in this game. A lot of enemies are weak to it. Okay, droplets. Joshua, of course. Okay, we're good. We're set. Time to see the end of this tournament. Let me save real fast. Don't get started. Oh, he's live. Let's go and lurk. 1 second. I gotta give him the lurk. Go for an eclair right now, but there's a pretty obscure dessert. I take it back. I'm not gonna lurk on him. There you go. Hit him with a chicken. It is an RPG kind of Monday, isn't it?
Gotta do some cheering.
Alright. Mr. Zin, welcome to the Grand Arena. Once you enter, we ask that you remain inside the arena until the match is over. Are you ready to proceed? No. Understood. One more thing.
Will you be
We're gonna get
resting
our limit
here?
breaks back. I booed him for that title.
That's the stuff.
I almost didn't lurk on him just because of
Take
that.
care.
Okay, now we can go.
Better do some cheering.
Asha, asha, asha. We're ready. As our team, yada yada yada, Yasher always says. Wow, this room feels way bigger than it's just us in here. This place is designed to host group competitions and circuses. I heard that they used to hold events where participants fought against massive monsters. Ah, so that's why the waiting room is so big. Well, it pales to the Imperial Capital's Opera House in terms of grandeur. Still, I suppose it wouldn't be a terrible place for an outdoor concert. What are you even talking about? Seems like we showed up a bit too early today. Now that I think about it, since there's only one match, it makes sense for it to start later. What? Seriously? Ugh, just sitting around till the match is gonna be so boring. How about we explore the arena a little bit before the match? Oh yeah, that sounds like fun. Sin, Olivier, we'll have to stretch our legs a bit. Good thing, just make sure you're back before the fight starts. That's not like you. I thought for sure you'd go with them. Well, the thing is, something feels different between them. Uh-oh. I suspect their relationship has begun to blossom. Sharp eyes you got there. The two of them have been under a lot of pressure during the tournament. But it looks like they've shaken those nerves off some. Seems that they're in a better mindset. Oh, to be young. Yes, although I feel their story has only just begun, as this is the first game, in a series that consists of 12 games and a spin-off game. Give it a little time, and I dare say their love will be simply exquisite. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a 13th game coming out next month as well. I'm going to quite enjoy teasing them about it. Man, you're such a weirdo. Brr. What's wrong? Do you feel sick? No, I just felt a sudden chill. Like someone evil is lying in wait to laugh at us. A smug, wicked laugh. I think I know who that might be. Might it be Joshua? Oops to the... Oh, I have to go upstairs, okay. Ah, Kurt and the gang. Whoa, Kurt's looking a little blue there. Huh? Is something wrong, Kurt? What? Oh, it's you two. So it's the finals, huh? I've got high expectations for you two. You bet, you got this. But, Kurt, you don't look so good. Yeah, you look rather pale. It's nothing. I've just been a little lightheaded, that's all. It's strange. I'm not sick or anything. Could it be the after effects? After effects? Of yesterday's match? No. From an accident that occurred 3 months ago. Kurt, are you about to drop your backstory at us? Come on, Josh, there's a chance to bring her closer for warmth. Yeah, it's a chance to give her the hug. Rub her shoulders a little bit, man. Let's just say, I messed up on a job and ended up pretty badly injured. Messed up on the job? It's a pretty vague way of putting it. Yeah, embarrassing as it is, my memory of the whole thing's a bit fuzzy. Truthfully, I can't remember a thing about that job, or what I was doing before or after it. The doctor says it might be due to the shock of the accident, but Wow, you've had it tough. But, was it really okay for you to compete then? Like I said before, I've totally recovered physically. And hey, I'm feeling better just talking with the two of you. So really, no need to worry about me, alright? Really? If you say so. Your complexion does seem to be looking a little better now. But don't push yourself too hard, okay? Thanks. And you two, give it everything you've got today. Thank you, Kurt, you weird... whatever you are. Ah, Professor Alba! Ah, Estelle, Joshua! Ah, Professor Alba! You came to cheer us on? But of course, given how much the two of you have helped me, I couldn't possibly miss the chance to see you perform on the big stage. Thanks. But where'd you get the mirror to buy a ticket? Well, a bit of a funny story actually. The director of the museum had a sudden engagement and couldn't attend. He so kindly gave me his ticket for today's event. So you didn't actually buy it? I feel a bit bad. But fear not, I assure you my support is as genuine as any paying customer. Now, do your best out there, alright? Sure thing, leave it to us. Indeed, we'll do our best. Thought that guy was somebody important, okay. There's one more? Oh, Dorothy. It's Estelle and Joshua. This is incredible. It's finally the finals. I'm so excited. I feel like I could jump the railing right now. Whoa, calm down. If you don't calm down and focus, you'll miss out on capturing the best moments of the match. No need to worry. The more excited I am, the better my pictures turn out. It's more natural that way. I see. That's Dorothy for you. Talented in ways I'll never understand. Alright. Nobody else familiar up here, right? Not even the, Anton isn't here. Okay. Back downstairs.
Huh?
Ah.
Estelle, Joshua, is that you?
Ooh, he's voiced. Mayor Klaus! What are you doing here?
Been a while, hasn't it? I've heard from Sherazard that the two of you have been traveling across the kingdom.
This is the mayor of Roland, I think, which is Estelle and Joshua's hometown.
You both appear to have grown quite a bit since I last saw you.
Thank you. You think? I haven't really noticed any changes myself. But you look as sprightly as ever, Mayor. I'm kind of relieved, honestly. I can't let you kids get the better of me just yet. So I heard you entered the Royal Tournament and fought your way clear to the finals, eh? Even at my age, I wouldn't miss a chance to come and cheer you two on. Wait, you came all the way from Roland just to see us in the tournament? Well, not exactly. Actually, I was unexpectedly invited to the banquet at Granslow Castle. I just arrived in the capital this morning via airliner. The banquet at the castle? Is that so? Would that invitation happen to be from Duke Doonan by chance? How did you know? My wife and I were planning to attend the Queen's birthday festival, so we would have come to the capital anyway. But then, out of nowhere, a female officer from the army came and requested that I attend the banquet. Female officer? That's gotta be Captain Amalthea. Sadly, Mylene couldn't get her things ready in time. So I had no choice but to come here by myself first. Just ditch your fucking wife. What the fuck, dude? I see. So Miss Mylene isn't with you. Actually, Mayor, as it turns out, there's a chance you might be attending the banquet as well. Oh? Joshua explained that the winner of the Royal Tournament would be invited to the banquet at the Duke's request. I didn't know that was the case. Truth be told, I wasn't particularly eager to attend a banquet while Her Majesty is unwell. But if you two are going to be there, at least I'll have someone to talk to. Now, you absolutely have to find a way to win. You got it. We'll do our best. Well then, I'll make my way to the stands. Do your best out there, you two. And there he goes. Old Man Klaus. I can't believe Mayor Klaus is going to the banquet too. Do you think Mayor Maybell's been invited too? It's possible. I wonder if they're gathering people of influence from around the kingdom to discuss something important. Oh well. We just need to win the match, attend the banquet, and we'll figure out the rest from there. Works for me. We should probably get back to the waiting room. I think the match is about to begin. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna save here. I don't know if it starts a fight. I'm running out of slots. Only 17 more. Ready. The final battle. And Duke Duden.
Ah. It looks like Colonel Richard is here with the Duke today.
Yeah. I wonder if he wanted to watch his subordinate fight while accompanying the Duke.
So that's the leader of the famous intelligence division, huh? He's quite the looker, and has an air of dignity about him. What?
Well, I guess that's true.
I'm so sorry, Zin. I didn't mean to skip you. What a guy, is what he said.
He seems to exude even more gravitas than when I saw him in Bose. Well, there's no denying it now. I hereby declare him the rival of the great Olivier Lenheim.
He doesn't even know who you are.
Looks like things are about to begin.
Just declares rival
Everyone, we
circus.
thank you for your patience.
The perfect bard, Matt Mercer.
The final day of the Royal Tournament's main event is about to begin. The tournament, which has been held over the course of the last week, finally reaches its conclusion today. Which team will be victorious and claim glory? Now to announce the championship matchup for the finals. In the Azure Corner, representing the Calvard Republic, Zin and his team. And in the Crimson Corner, the Intelligence Division's
boy.
Special Ops team, led by Lieutenant Lawrence.
Look at these fucking ballers, man. I'm screwed.
Okay, guys, we're up.
It's finally time.
I suppose it's time to be serious. Whether this ends in laughs or tears, this is the end of the line. Let's give it our all.
Step 2 steps ahead, okay. Not even 1 step.
Looks like these guys might finally give us some real competition.
Half their team is just a bunch of kids. They're no threat.
Don't underestimate them. Those kids are with the Bracer Guild.
What? So the reports were true.
That's right. Stay sharp and don't get careless.
Yes, sir.
Understood, sir.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about over there?
Oh, Estelle, just leave them be. They're wearing masks, which tells you they must be truly hideous.
Is that when wearing a mask means? Aaron Rodgers, the old quarterback for the Packers, had been owning us for years. Just lost me with his new team in the playoffs, 31-6. It feels so good to see him down. So bad. As I say, fuck the Packers. I fucking hate those guys. And you add on at the end, and fuck Aaron Rodgers.
It's only natural they'd grumble when gazing upon my flawless beauty.
What? What makes you say that?
Oh, this guy is self-conscious as fuck.
Just shut up, all right?
Second Lieutenant Lawrence, was it?
Yes, boy? What is it?
Joshua?
Your sword technique, No, it's nothing. Never mind. I'm looking forward to our match.
Same to you. Let's keep things civil, shall we?
Huh?
All right, that's enough prattling. Fight's about to start.
He's a true swordman.
We will now begin the final match of the Royal Tournament.
All right, Mustachio.
Both teams
Call it.
to your starting positions. May the goddess Adios bear witness.
Ready, set.
Begin!
Begin! Main match, grand finals.
The arena is alight with cheers. Truly, it's a stage.
This is my
like
favorite
no
song
other.
in the Trails series.
Everyone,
It's
let
called
us
Silver
approach.
Will.
The banquet of our dreams lies just beyond.
Need to go all out just this once.
I'm really feeling it now. This is our very last match. Let's hit it with all we got.
Yeah. All that's left is to seize this victory.
Yes.
I'll get you
Let's go.
Your natural beat a bear, so all you need is a Polish accent. You're going, the Bears!
I'll finish you all off right here.
Yep.
What's wrong? You scared?
It's down, very nice. Someone's gonna have to limit break. Might be a Stell.
Hey there.
Stell's gonna morale first, though.
You'll pay for that.
Okay, everyone's set. Morale
Everyone, let's
and limit
go.
break. You're gonna steal their buffs. You're getting a lot of them. Just one crit, anyway.
I can take them all.
Steal both of them.
I'll back you up.
Here goes. Let's beat him down.
Yes.
Let's do this.
Confuse? No confuse.
I won't let you.
Not bad, but he did get debuffed, which is good. Alright, survivors. Oh, fuck. Lords.
The power of Septium.
He's got Earth Guard. Oh, fuck. Okay. Think a video of an online skit so you can say it correctly. Yes. SNL skit. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and link it, yeah.
I'll handle the lot of
Get a
you.
quick watch. I want to be in on the meme. I want to be cool. I'll be one of the cool guys too. Quick draw. CP up and EP up. Could also just alt, but don't have any other. Okay, this goes Foresight, and I'm pretty sure Foresight is crit.
With
Better than
grace.
Joshua.
There.
You're a lifesaver.
Ready at any time.
Oh, that's party
There's
wide.
something wrong, young man. You seem to be out of sorts.
Joshua?
Are you not feeling well?
Just a bit, but I'm fine. Sorry about that, Estelle. We're going to win this.
Here we go.
Of course. I'm counting on you.
We're gonna win this.
All yours, Sin.
Bum, bum, bum. Ooh, there it is. Okay, well, let's see. Watch it on my Alright, dude. This is a little important to me. Let's see.
Keep pushing.
You should be able to, might be able to hear some of this.
That dreadful heart attack wouldn't get us all started soup fans. Head Arnold. How will our keep? Hey, man. And I don't care.
Keep pushing.
Free him up.
Is that Chris Farley?
Once again, we're group beer from Dick's Restaurant, the hardest be the big one. The first, which comes anywhere. That's the kind of deal. Makes it. See, that is so now. Suburbs.
Dubbers! Ah, I see. I like all of the I like all of the comments about the Bears beating the Packers. And then I drink. They all drink at the same
The
time.
climax rises. Let's finish with a flourish. I'll handle the lot of you.
Ah, this is big. But I should speed up Joshua. Walk up. Cast off.
Let's go.
He doesn't have a cat. Oh, he had a cast going. I guess not. Go bones. Excellent. Excellent.
I'll get you all.
Okay, it's
I'll support you.
Gotcha.
You're mine.
I used to love Chris Farley movies back in the day. Beverly Hills Ninja was the funniest shit when I was little. Oh, we did get a confused on
My
this.
Santos.
Oh no.
Ready?
I'm surprised you're laid back.
He's
enough
got
to
shadow
realize
clones.
that.
That's why he did that against
There's no
Agate.
need to hold back, okay?
That will be up to you. But
Consider
I will
what
do
this-
my best to accommodate.
Time to prove it, Big Mouth.
The Shaolin.
Finish them off.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Nice, nice, nice.
I got this. Here we go.
Come on, Zin. Finish him off. I'll make it the stagger off. I get the stagger off, it's mine.
You're mine.
Not bad, but not good enough.
I thought we'd worn you down pretty well.
Why won't you be defeated?
We'll end it here.
Better end it fast before Lawrence gets his
feeling
enrage off. Shit.
I'll be
Nice
your
paralyze. More flicker.
I'll support you.
Only one member in Team Lawrence still stands. Will Adios
Lawrence
smile
himself.
upon Team Zen
Oh,
today?
I've got double.
The last mile is the hardest.
But we're doing well to corner him. Keep pushing until the end.
Maybe stun seal speed down. There's no bonus, luckily, but here. I'll turn this into a spell. Spell attack. Mage take. Double crit. Full burst.
Of course.
So I like starting to get older, but about how I ended forever started thinking maybe I don't want to be like him. Yeah, his he didn't meet such a good end. Living hard and fast doesn't typically end well, especially for guys his size.
Let us begin. Sit. Leave it to me.
I do not want Lawrence to get a move at all. I don't want him to have any moves.
Here
I saw what he
we
did to the other teams. But Joshua, you have it out for him. You kill him.
Thanks. Leave it to me.
End him.
Faster. Let's go. This is the end. Farewell.
You're quite the team.
Holy goddamn. Party wide, level up.
It's over! Victory goes to Team Sin!
I can't believe it. We're the elite special ops team. We lost?
They got us.
We did it!
We won. We actually won.
You're damn right we won.
That was exhausting.
Din's not happy.
And now, His Grace the Duke will bestow his words of blessing upon the winning team. Zinvathek, the team's representative. Please step forward.
Understood.
Oh my. You truly are quite enormous up close.
He's enormous far away. What do you mean?
Are all you people from the East so big?
No, I'm very much an exception. Since I was a kid, I've eaten well, slept well, and trained hard. I grew into this before I knew it.
That's a turtle school way. Work hard, study well, and eat sleep plenty.
I don't think too hard about things, but sometimes I wonder if only my body grew large.
I see. Yes, I like you, Zin. Allow me to grant you the prize of 100,000 mirror.
God damn.
And an invitation to tonight's royal banquet.
I am honored.
Obtained invitation. 100,000 Mira. Oh man.
May Adios bless
It
you and
feels
your
so good to be
companions
rich.
with glory. And now, my beloved citizens, let us shower
And now I
these
can't wait to
victors
blow it all
with
on equipment.
thunderous applause.
What an amusing end to such a tournament.
Seriously. Are you not embarrassed, Lieutenant Lawrence? To fall to the likes of them? I trust you know your failure disgraces His Grace the Duke. It seems your arrogance was nothing but hollow bluster after all.
I humbly apologize.
Ganone, don't be too hard on him.
Kanone. Okay, it's not canon. It's Kanone. Okay, that's what I thought it was. I'll spend it all in one place. I can almost guarantee you that is exactly what's gonna happen.
It was I who instructed Lawrence to hold back.
What?
By its nature, the intelligence division must remain in the shadows. It's more fitting for a team with flair to win. It draws attention away from us.
Ah, I see. It seems His Grace has also taken quite a liking to that Eastern martial artist. He'll serve as a fine diversion.
Still, it's quite a shame about this year's tournament. If only Lieutenant Schwartz or General Morgan could have participated, that would have made for a real show.
You jest. In that case, sir, you could have entered the tournament yourself. With your skills, that impudent Julia's mouth would have been shut for good.
I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I doubt I'd stand a chance against Lawrence if he gave it his all.
You're far too kind. You give me far more credit than I deserve. I'm nothing more than a mere blade for hire. A soldier in name only.
I know talent when I see it. If anyone could match you, it would be him.
Speaking of him, if things continue like this, his kids will gain entry to Granslow Castle. Shall we take measures to ensure that doesn't happen?
Leave them be. His Grace the Duke has already made his promise to them. Even if the Bracers were to intervene now, it wouldn't stop our plan.
Yes, but...
Lawrence, I trust our plan is progressing well.
We're over 90% complete. I believe we can guide you to the final destination within a day or two, sir.
Excellent. A new dawn for this nation draws near. Even if I must bear the stigma of a traitor, I will carve a new tomorrow for this land with my bare hands.
Oh boy. The stakes are very high. That battle was intense. That Lawrence guy was even tougher than I imagined. He wasn't that tough. I whipped his ass, come on. He didn't even get to move. It was a good fight. I still can't believe we did it. Can't say I'm a fan. Huh? Nah, it's nothing. Never mind. Anyway, looks like the banquet is set for tonight. Apparently, they're going to provide rooms for us because it could run really late. Ah, such hospitality. I do worry it will be a bit stuffy dining with dignitaries. Yet I can't help but look forward to sampling the fine cuisine of the liberal royal court. To say high court. Just imagining it is enough to make my mouth water. Mmm, delicious. Ew, gross. You're actually drooling. Do you ever get nervous, Olivier?
Well then, shall we?
I like how he's suddenly voiced.
To the paradise of love and hope that awaits us.
You really think that's going to happen?
Euler.
It's you.
You fool! Each and every day you wander off somewhere, so I've been wondering what you were doing. I can't believe you were actually competing in the Royal Tournament without considering your position.
Hey, take it easy, Mueller. There's no reason for you to give me such a scary look. As they say, life's better with a smile. So smile! Smile!
Smile.
And whose fault do you think it is that I'm not smiling?
That uniform, is that? Yeah, it's the military uniform of the Erebonian Empire. He certainly looks like a force to be reckoned with.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Mueller. I was recently assigned as the military attaché to the Erebonian embassy. I've known this fool for far too long.
You might call us childhood friends. He always wears that stern look, but he has his adorable moments too.
Shut your mouth.
Yes, sir.
If you'll excuse us. It is my understanding this fool has caused you a fair bit of trouble. On behalf of the Imperial Embassy, allow me to apologize.
Oh no, he wasn't that much trouble. I love these two. Actually, Olivier's guns and arts helped us a lot during the match. Olivier, did you not tell the embassy you were entering the Royal Tournament?
It's not like I hid it. I just didn't mention it.
That's what it means to hide something. Well, whatever. There's no point in dwelling on it now.
I like Olivier. I like him a lot.
Going back to the embassy.
The thing is, I've been invited to a spectacularly glamorous banquet.
Exactly the type of place where you're most likely to cause a scene. You'll be under house arrest at the embassy for the time being.
Aw.
You're joking.
Almost never.
That's just cruel.
Oh no, it's playing his theme, his loot theme.
This banquet was my last and only hope.
I mean, even I'd feel kind of bad if he couldn't go. It should be fine if he attends the banquet, right? Is there a reason why not?
Bravo, my dear friends! Hear, hear! Ah, how beautiful the bonds of love and camaraderie. Such warmth is sure to melt the cold heart of a certain childhood friend.
It seems you don't quite grasp the seriousness of the situation. Just imagine a banquet hosted by the royal family, with influential figures all gathered together. Then, an inconsiderate fool completely ignores decorum and causes a terrible scene. And when they find out that the fool is from the Empire...
Hey, friends! Comrades? Why are you all going so quiet?
Sorry, Olivier, he has a point. It would be a bad idea for you to show up the way you are to the royal banquet. Oh, man. Joshua, twist the knife, why don't you? Yeah, it could spark an international incident.
Traitors! How dare you switch sides?
It's only been 10 years since the war ended. This is a delicate time. You have to understand, Olivier.
Wait a second! Wait a second, Mueller. I apologize for not telling you about any of this.
Enough.
My banquet!
Aw. Olivier.
My royal cuisine!
Are we cool with this? I feel bad for him, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. What can you do? Life's full of ups and downs. We can at least enjoy the banquet on his behalf. Yeah, I guess it is what it is. Anyway, let's go to Grancel Castle for the banquet. Or
We
Olivier.
actually won. It's finally starting to sink in.
Yeah, a win is a win. I couldn't have done it alone. Thank you all.
The pleasure's ours.
Okay, so this next part, it's gonna be a while before I can come back here, I think, if at all. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the guild. Check this.
Check it out.
Nothing new, okay.
You don't have
Nothing
anything
to report. Right, I hope there's a lot of BP. I would love to have this gladiator built. I think I can make a really strong build with Shira. Now, let me go over equipment real fast, so... It's fine. Russia was fine. Okay. We should be good. Alright. The next part... There's nothing hidden. The story.
It's been so dangerous.
We're going to Disney World Castle. Disneyland. Let's go ahead and save, actually. Alrighty. Hold up. Are you sure you want to enter the castle now? Once the banquet's over, we'll be staying the night in the castle. We can't head back to town until morning. Yes, we're good. Alright, let's show our invitations to the castle guards. Okay, I'm starting to get excited. Me too. It's not often you get invited to a party like this. Halt! Beyond this point is Grancel Castle, where Her Majesty the Queen resides. One second. If you have no business here, please turn back. Hold on a minute. Hello there. Sorry about the other day. Oh, it's you guys. Still hanging around the capital, huh? Yeah, we had some stuff to do. We've been formally invited this time, so here we are. Formally. Invited. The Duke gave us an official invitation. Whoa. A giant. Here's our invitation. Hand it over. Invitation. I hereby invite Sid and his team, winners of the Royal Tournament, to this evening's banquet. So, you're the winners of the Royal Tournament? Well, they did say the team that won a tournament was led by a huge martial artist from the East. So you guys are part of the team too? Yep, that's right. We just did what we could. Oh, I see. We've been briefed about you guys by the head maid. But it looks like someone's missing. What happened to him? He had some personal business, so he couldn't make it. It'll just be the three of us attending tonight. That's a shame. Oh well, let's get you inside.
The Royal Tournament champions have arrived. Open the gate.
Whoa! Hawking Gate was impressive, but this gate is just incredible!
Shaking the entire fucking castle.
And it looks very sturdy, as expected of a royal castle. Of course.
Damn.
It's an impregnable fortress. No foreign enemy has ever breached Arnenberg, but the capital has been caught in the flames of rebellion a few times.
Oh, it's a...
Yet each time, this castle has stood strong against the rebels, protecting the royal family and the citizens. That's how the story goes.
Wow! So that really happened!
Sounds like the kind of tale you'd expect from a historic nation.
All right, welcome. This is Her Majesty's Grancel Castle. Once you enter, a guide should be waiting to escort you.
Enjoy your evening, everyone.
Wow, this is...
Whoa!
See, it looked big in the old game. but it's still fucking huge. It's like even it's like relative to the chibis, it's still the chibi sprites. They kept that same size difference between everything.
I know we're in a castle, but this is far more luxurious than any other place we've been so far.
But it's not just luxurious. It also has a dignified elegance. You can feel all that prestige and heritage of the old kingdom here.
Welcome to Gransel Castle. You must be Zin and his compatriots, correct?
Ugh. It's Captain Amalthea.
I knew she'd be here, but...
Yes, that's right. We're here at the Duke's invitation. And who might you be?
My apologies for not introducing myself. I am Captain Amalthea of the Intelligence Division and head of Gransel Castle Security.
Back my shoulder, sorry.
Allow me to congratulate you on your victory in the Royal Tournament.
You get the other one.
I had the pleasure of watching your match. You all performed so gallantly. It was...
Oh,
you flatter me.
I keep bumping my my button on the fucking.
I had the pleasure of watching your match. You all performed so gallantly. It was truly a sight to behold.
Thank goodness for chat logs.
But I'm far more impressed by you. So young, so beautiful, and already a captain in the military.
Damn, Zin.
You must be exceptionally talented.
My. Aren't you the charmer? But I'm nothing compared to these young bracers here. Estelle Bright, Joshua Bright. I believe we last met in Zeiss, yes?
Yes, that seems right.
It certainly has been a while.
Unfortunately, the matter regarding Professor Russell has yet to be resolved. It seems some scoundrels have kidnapped the professor and his granddaughter. You wouldn't happen to have any information about that, would you?
Nope. Can't say we do.
We left the matter to the senior bracers and headed straight to the capital after the incident. We haven't heard anything about it since.
I see. But with the intelligence
I
division
fucking
on the
did it
case,
again.
It's only a matter of
Jesus,
time
man.
before the
I'm
culprits
gonna keep my
are
hand away
caught.
from that side of the controller.
Look forward to it.
Sly fox.
Understood. The professor means a lot to us, so we're counting on you.
Oh yes, of course. Now then, we shall escort you to your rooms. Shay, can I leave the rest to you?
Yes, of course. Leave it to me.
Just to be clear, I don't want you bothering our guests with any unnecessary chatter. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
I'm glad to hear that. Now then, everyone, please enjoy your evening. I'll take my leave here.
She's one hell of a woman.
That's one way to put it. What exactly do you see in that Sly fox?
Is that really your type, Zin?
Women like that often turn out to be surprisingly pure of heart.
Zin knows what he's about.
It's the contradictions that are exciting, you know?
And I like that about him.
Ugh, you're hopeless. You sound like a pervy old man.
Ouch.
Aw, Zin. He's attained UG status.
Excuse me.
Oh, right. Sorry. You're here to show us to our rooms, right?
Yes. I'll show you the way now. Please pardon my late introduction. My name is Shay, and I serve as a maid here in the castle. I'll be attending to all your needs from tonight's banquet until tomorrow morning. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask.
Got it. We'll be counting on you.
Shall we proceed to our rooms?
Ah, yes. Your rooms are on the second floor.
Wow! That huge chandelier is crazy beautiful. Estelle, keep your voice down. What's that room over there? That is the throne room. It's where Her Majesty the Queen meets with visitors. It hasn't been used much as of late, I'm afraid. I see. Is Her Majesty's health really that bad? Her birthday festival is just around the corner, isn't it? Well, yes. As of late, the head maid has been taking care of Her Majesty. I'm not really privy to those matters. Anyway, shall we move on? I'll be staying in this room for the night. Please, make yourself comfortable. Ah, thanks. Thank you. Wow. I never thought we'd be staying in a place like this. Whoa, this will make for one hell of a story when I go back home. We still have some time before the banquet begins. Feel free to explore the castle, but bear in mind that some areas are off limits for security reasons. Thank you for your cooperation. Which areas are off limits exactly? Firstly, the Royal Keep. It's a small palace in the corner of the garden terrace on the roof. Garden terrace? That sounds magical. Yes, at her birthday festival, Her Majesty will give a speech to the citizens from the terrace there. I'm sure it should be alright for you to take a look at the garden. Now, as for the other restricted areas, the Royal Guard Room on the first floor and the Treasury in the basement are also out of bounds. The Royal Guard Room, as in... Aren't those guys wanted as terrorists? That's correct. Right now, the Intelligence Division is using that room. Access is prohibited, so I must ask for your cooperation. Understood. So have the other banquet guests arrived yet? Yes, everyone's already here. I believe they're all relaxing in their rooms. I see. That means Mayor Klaus must already be here. Yes, he arrived a short time ago. Now then, I must take my leave. Please contact the staff room on the first floor if you need anything. Thinking. Okay then. Hey Zin. We want to explore the castle for a little bit. We'll be back before dinner starts. Sheesh, how do you kids still have any energy after the tournament? Go ahead, knock yourselves out. I'm just gonna kick back and relax in this fancy room until dinner's ready. Need to get as much done as we can before the banquet starts. First, let's go meet with Lady Hilda, the woman Lieutenant Schwartz told us about. It would be good if we could greet the other guests too. I imagine there'll be quite a few familiar faces. Okay, definitely safe here. There's gonna be a lot of talking, so ready yourselves for some exposition. As you can see, we'll just start from across first. Headmaster Collins and Mayor Klaus.
Ah, there you are. Hello, Estelle. Hello, Joshua.
It's been a while.
No way, Headmaster Collins. Dumbledore. Wait, you were invited to the banquet too?
Yes, I flew here from Rouen earlier today. More importantly, I heard from the mayor that you two won the royal tournament.
I swear to fuck, that's Deckard Cain's voice actor from Diablo. I'm almost certain that's Deckard Cain. Unless his voice actor's dead. Not dead, right?
The students will be so thrilled to hear that.
He sounds like Deckard Cain. Wait for him to say, stay a while and listen. Thank you very much. We weren't expecting you to be attending tonight's banquet, Headmaster. Well, Headmaster Collins is a member of the Royal Assembly, which makes him one of the wisest figures in all of Liberal. It's no surprise he'd be invited to a banquet at the castle. Calling me one of the kingdom's wisest figures is high praise indeed. Deckard Cain impression. A terrible one. What's the Royal Assembly? It's an annual conference where they make decisions on national issues. Her Majesty the Queen, mayors from across the kingdom, and various other people come together to discuss the future. Wow, I had no idea. So basically, all the people who were invited to tonight's banquet, right? No, not quite. This is only about half of them, actually. Her Majesty isn't well, and General Morgan is busy with military affairs. Mayor Dalmore was arrested. And as for Professor Russell, there's still so much about that incident that remains unclear. It's said to have been the work of a terrorist group, with even the Royal Guard involved, but how can that be? And I mean, hosting a banquet after all that's gone on, it's absurd. Well, it seems to me that we must attend the banquet if we wish to fathom the Duke's true intentions. We need to obtain permission to visit Her Majesty the Queen as well. Indeed, that's precisely why I'm here. The idea that we would come all this way to Grancel Castle and be unable to see Her Majesty is unthinkable. And after all this time, I'd really like to see Princess Claudia. Princess Claudia? She's the Queen's granddaughter, right? Does she also live here in the castle? No, apparently she usually resides elsewhere. But it seems she's been in the royal capital for the past few days. Oh, really? I'd like to meet her too. I'm sure you two will have the opportunity to meet her. Nah. Next room. Mayor Maybell! Our favorite mayor. And her beloved maid, Mayor Maybell. And Lila, I think it's Lila. Lila too.
Mrs.
Lila.
Dell, Mr. Joshua.
It's so good to finally see you both. I've been eagerly waiting for you to visit me here.
So you're invited to the banquet too, Mayor Maybell? Wait, how'd you know we'd be here?
Mayor Klaus told me. He said that you two competed in the Royal Tournament and won an invitation to tonight's banquet. Oh, if only I'd known sooner. I would have dropped everything just to come cheer you on.
With all due respect, milady, if you'd dropped everything, wouldn't you just have more work later?
Ugh, yes, I know that.
Busy as ever, huh? Honestly, if I were here for Her Majesty, I wouldn't mind one bit, but wasting my time on that Duke. Unfortunately, a young female officer from the army kept insisting I attend, so I had no choice but to come. Would that young officer be Captain Amalthea from the Intelligence Division by any chance? Yes, the very one. She was polite, but in a cold, arrogant kind of way. I don't much care for her. I've had trouble contacting General Morgan recently as well. Wait, what? You haven't been able to reach Hawken Gate? Oh, I've tried. They keep telling me the General's unavailable and they refuse to let me speak to him. Apparently, he's too tied up with the countermeasures against the terrorist threats. I was hoping to meet him at tonight's event, actually. But it seems he won't be attending. I see. What do you think about all this? Gathering all these mayors together for a banquet, I mean. If it were hosted by Her Majesty, I'd expect an important announcement. But I get the impression that the Duke just called us all here to make himself feel important. You know, to use his authority as an excuse to lord it over us just for the sake of it. That does seem like his style. I suppose that might indeed be all there is to it. Well, they do say the head chef here is the best in the kingdom. So I'll just enjoy some good food, pay my respects to Her Majesty, and head back to Boas as soon as I can. Well said, Miss Maybell. But if the Intelligence Division is involved, things are never just surface level, are they? Let's go ahead and save her. There's no real reason to save, I just like saving. I want to use up all my slots. Factory Chief Murdoch, in the city of Zeiss.
Why, if it isn't Estelle and Joshua.
Mr. Murdoch. Since all the mayors are attending, I had a feeling that you would be too.
I never would have imagined you two winning the Royal Tournament and making your way to Grancel Castle. Ah, you really are Cassius's children.
Well, you know, we did have a lot of help along the way. By the way, has anything else happened during the past few days? So right after you two headed off for the capital, Captain Amalthea from the Intelligence Division paid me a visit. She seems to be doing that for a lot of people here, isn't she? I couldn't refuse the invitation, but I managed to cover up what happened at the fortress. It doesn't seem like the army's found Professor Russell yet, so they're likely still on the run. But if things keep going like this, it's only a matter of time before they're caught. Is that right? I tried asking Captain Amalthea if I could visit Her Majesty, but it was an absolute no. It seems meeting with her directly is going to be rather difficult. Seems that way for sure. But don't worry, we've got a plan. We'll make sure Her Majesty gets the professor's message. Ah, vital room. Who's in here? Oh, it's just the fucking... the bar. The best part of the castle. I don't think I can buy anything here yet, though, so... Guest room. Alright. The Castle Garden Terrace. Wow, it's so beautiful. So this is the castle's garden terrace. Look at that view of the entire lake. You can even see the streets of Grancel from here. It's easy to see why so many people want to visit. If only we were in such a hurry, I'd love to just stand here enjoying the view. But we got bigger fish to fry.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
This place is enormous. I actually would have taken a little time to look around, because... I remember this place distinctly from the original. I like seeing how it looks in modern 3D.
Look, Joshua. It's so pretty.
The night view of the royal capital. You're right. It's breathtaking.
You might even say it's romantic. Right, Joshua? Right, Estelle? Romance? The tension is palpable between these two. Very, very fucking palpable. We got nothing over here. This castle looks a lot smaller when you're down there. Ah. I bet that's the royal keep. Hmm? Who are you? Hey, these guys. You were invited here by the Duke. Is this where Her Majesty resides? That's right. But for the past few days, Her Majesty's been feeling unwell. There's no point in even asking for an audience. Oh no, we wouldn't even dream of asking for something like that. Although, we were hoping to catch a brief glimpse of her. I don't suppose Princess Claudia is here. No, she's actually... Hey. She's actually attending to Her Majesty. She doesn't have time to entertain the likes of you, obviously.
And just what are you all doing here?
Madam, are you leaving already?
The banquet will begin shortly, so I'm returning to the maid quarters for now.
I like how it went from... That's a young woman's voice. Yeah, young woman's voice, and now she's middle-aged woman. Hmm.
By the way, who are these guests?
They're members of the team that won the royal tournament. Just bracers, but sort of invited guests, it seems. Just bracers, huh?
How dare you?
Oh?
Are you trying to insult guests of the royal castle?
We're just...
They may have been invited by His Grace, the Duke, but anyone who visits the castle is a guest of Her Majesty. Do not forget that.
Roger that. Man, these survivors are pretty dumb. I guess, dumping your incense is common amongst us survivors. Ah, what a presence. Yeah, I wonder if she's... But madam, you cannot permit them to pass. That should have been clear from the Colonel's explanation.
I've grown tired of hearing about all that. My apologies, honored guests. For security reasons, access to the royal keep is currently restricted. If possible,
Could you please wait in your room until the banquet begins?
Sure. Of course, it seems like it'd be for the best. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble we caused. As long as that's clear now, fine. Be careful on your way back. She's got those two by the fucking balls, don't she?
I apologize you had to witness such an unseemly scene. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hilda. I am the head maid of Grancel Castle, overseeing all the other maids here.
Lady Hilda. I knew it. So you're Lady Hilda.
Oh, my. Pardon me, but have we met before?
Actually, someone told us about you. Delivered Julia's letter of introduction. Now, as a reminder, Julia was disguised as a nun in the church. She's on the run from the intelligence division for treason.
This handwriting...
Although it turned, as we know, she has been framed. Ah, you recognize it? This letter and our bracer emblem should serve as proof of our identities.
Okay, but this is not the place. Come with me to the maid quarters. I'll hear what you have to say there.
Maidel. I understand. You want to deliver Professor Russell's message directly to Her Majesty the Queen. Is that right? Yes, exactly. If the Queen's condition is really that bad, then I guess we could reconsider, but it shouldn't be a problem. However, the Royal Keep is under constant surveillance by Special Ops soldiers. The only people allowed inside are the Duke, the Colonel, and those directly entrusted with Her Majesty's care. So, it'll probably be pretty difficult to meet her, huh? What do you think, Estelle? We could have Lady Hilda deliver the message for us. Yeah, but I'd rather speak to her in person. Like, about Duke Dunan's intentions and Colonel Richard's objectives. There's still so much we don't know. Miss Estelle, Mr. Joshua, I have an idea. After the banquet ends, come back here and find me. Oh, you mean... you know of a way for us to meet Her Majesty the Queen? Yes, I might. It won't be straightforward, but I think it's worth a try. It will require some time to prepare, but it'll be alright if we waited until after the banquet. Yay, of course. Alright, we'll come by after the banquet. Hilda kinda bad though. I mean... you can't see it, but I'm rubbing my chin right now. No, you're right. No, he's got a point. He's not out of line, and he is right. The food is ready, so the banquet will begin shortly. Please, head back to your room for the time being. It's the confidence. It's the power, the authority. Well, I think that's got everything covered. Yeah, let's head back to the room and meet up with Zin. Return. Oh, shit. Where do I go? I heard this place being kind of a... okay, I think I go down and then the other stairs. Over here.
Don't railings like these make you just want to slide down them?
Yes.
People would think we're suspicious. And it's dangerous, too.
Come on, Joshua. Don't be such a prude. She got that presence, she really does. She put those two Spec Ops guys in their place, man. Yo, Estelle, Joshua, you guys were gone for a long time. The banquet's about to start, you know. My bad, Zin. We got caught up looking around and lost track of time. Plus, we ended up chatting with a few different mayors. Oh, got friends in high places, huh? We always had a good relationship with the mayor of Roland. The others are just people we met along the way. I see. Working as a bracer does give you lots of chances to meet important people. Never slide down rails. A kid at my high school died doing that. Oh shit, are you serious? Well, I'm glad to say that I have not slid down a rail in a very long time. But, in my youth. From the looks of it, you two have been doing very well for yourselves. Pretty well, I guess. Then have you taken on any bracer work since you got to the capital? Bracers can take jobs in other countries, right? Yeah, as a senior bracer, you're free to work anywhere. But with the tournament and all the embassy paperwork, I haven't had time to take on anything extra. He fell and broke his neck? Damn! Shit, that's terrible. Besides, with 4 other braces around, there isn't much left for me to do anyway. Makes sense. You know what? They always tell you not to because of the reasons like that. Oh, now I know I can yell at the younger Gen Z to not be stupid and go down the slide down the rails. Makes sense. I imagine most issues would be solved pretty quickly with this many bracers on hand. It must be tough for the other regional branches with so many bracers gathered here. Yeah, I'll bet it is. Ugh, now I feel kind of bad. I wonder how Shira's doing in Roland. You mentioned that name before, but you don't mean Sherazard, do you? What? You know her? She's our mentor. We've been close to her a very long time. That's how you know her. I met her once when she came to Calvert. She had a great teacher, and even though she was young, she showed a lot of promise. A great teacher? That must be Dad. Excuse me. The preparations for the banquet are now complete. Shall I show you the way? Ah, finally. Alright, kiddos. Time to dig in and enjoy a free meal. Yeah, after the match, I could feel myself wasting away. Time to eat my body weight in food. I say that exact same thing every time I go to the buffet. You guys. Don't forget your table manners, okay? Come on, Joshua. We wore our stretchy pants for this event. This is a dinner party, right? Why are the plates empty? Where's the food? And what's with all the knives and forks? It's a bougie dinner party still. They have multiple forks for each plate, multiple spoons for dessert and soup, multiple knives for spreading butter and cutting meat. It's a formal dinner. They'll bring out different dishes one at a time, starting with the appetizers. As for the utensils, just work your way from the outside in. Is this what you meant by table manners? Now I'm starting to get nervous. There's no need to worry. The most important thing is to enjoy the food. Manners and etiquette are secondary. Yes, well put. I hear that the two of you already know everyone in attendance, is that right? And there's no need to be so on edge. Oh yeah, you're right. Don't get too carried away, please. Actually, will your companion be alright using a knife and fork? I heard that people from the East are more comfortable using chopsticks. You know your stuff, huh? But as they say, when in liberal, it may not be very elegant, but I'll manage with a knife and fork. Serve that fancy restaurant shit with super small portions. I hate that so much. It's like, oh yeah, you're getting a 6-course meal. What they don't tell you is they give you a little cube of food that doesn't even take up 1/10 of the plate. Very admirable. Sentiment truly befitting a champion of the Royal Tournament. It's not all that impressive. He's like putty in the hand of a beautiful woman, huh? I wouldn't exactly call him a womanizer, but... Speaking of matters, the Duke's running quite late. Where could he possibly be? Indeed. And with the Duke presiding, who will sit in the place of honor? That's a good question. I wonder if it'll be Princess Claudia, perhaps.
Everyone, thank you for your patience. His Grace the Duke has arrived.
Alright. And Colonel Richard is here. And Captain Amalthea.
Hello! Hello, everyone. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Our meeting ran a bit longer than expected. This is Colonel Richard, head of the Intelligence Division. He has been working tirelessly to stop these terrorist incidents, and I invited him here as a token of my appreciation.
It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I am Alan Richard of Her Majesty's Intelligence Division. Thanks to His Grace's exceptional kindness, I am able to join you for dinner this evening. Please pardon my military uniform, and allow me to join you at the table.
Dining with the villains.
I can't believe we're sharing a table with the Colonel.
I expected this, but it still makes me a little nervous.
Okay, that's not bad. Actually looks pretty good. Sizable cut of steak there. Nice and rare.
Delightful. Truly delightful.
Gollum said it best. We likes it raw and wriggling.
Well now, Mayor Maybell, how do you find the culinary skills of our chef here at the castle? Wouldn't you say it rivals the cuisine of Anteros?
Indeed, the craftsmanship is exquisite. The wine pairing is perfect as well. It makes me want to steal your chef away.
Coming from you, that doesn't sound like a joke. And what do you think, Zin? Does the cuisine suit the palate of someone from the East, like yourself?
Oh, it's very good.
Oh shit, if Zin approves, I approves.
Even with a palate as unrefined as mine, I can appreciate the depth and sophistication of these flavors. It feels like I'm tasting the very essence of liberal food.
Yes, that's exactly right. And how about you, young bracers? I bet you've never had such extravagant food before, am I right?
Have to admit, this is super delicious. Regardless of who invited us, the food is definitely the real deal.
Yes.
That's a big-ass bun they got.
It really is quite wonderful. And since we've never had the chance to attend such a formal event before, this is a great learning experience for us. Thank you very much for the invitation.
How very polite of you. Alas, it was after my butler reminded me that I did recall we met once during that incident in Rouen, did we not? Such a strange web fate weaves.
Wow, you actually remember these two?
Yeah, that's right. So he only remembered because the butler told him.
Come now, let us cast aside all formalities tonight. There's plenty of food and drink, so please, help yourselves.
Your Grace? Before that, how about we take care of the matter we discussed?
Oh, yes, that's right. The reason I've gathered you all here, all you respected representatives of our fair kingdom, is none other than taking this opportunity to make a very important announcement.
Oh, an important announcement? And what kind will that be?
Yes, well, I'd like to hand it over to Colonel Richard to explain everything.
I thank you, sir. I believe you all are aware that Her Majesty the Queen has been in poor health as of late. She is gradually recovering, and I have no doubt she'll be back to her old self in no time.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Then, might we be allowed to offer our greetings to Her Majesty in person?
Unfortunately, Her Majesty has requested that such visits be refused for now. That said, within the next few days, we expect to completely eliminate the terrorist threat within the capital. With that resolved, the Queen's birthday festival can proceed as planned.
That will certainly be a relief for the citizens. Many of them eagerly await the festival all year. But surely that isn't the only reason you've gathered us here today, is it?
Right. If that was all it was, this could have been a notice.
You're quick to catch on. As I mentioned earlier, Her Majesty is steadily recovering. However, she has made an important decision in light of her recent health concerns, and that is to abdicate the throne and pass the crown to His Grace, Duke Dunan.
What did you say?
Oh no.
Is this true? Joshua, is this...
Yeah, this is what they've been conspiring about.
I too was surprised, but it seems Her Majesty has grown unexpectedly weary. And it's no wonder. She's guided Liberal through turbulent tides for nearly 40 years. As a woman, no less.
Wow, Duke Dunin. I suppose I shouldn't be shocked hearing that from his fucking mouth.
With that in mind, I believe it would be best to finally free her from that burden after her birthday. And as someone with a strong claim to the throne, I am resolved to do so.
To think that Her Majesty had been so deeply troubled. Despite meeting her each year, I was blind to her struggles.
But is this not a matter far too serious to discuss over drinks at a banquet? Forgive me, but how much credibility does this announcement truly hold?
Ooh, Mayor Maybell pushing back.
Mayor Maybell, are you implying that His Grace's words cannot be trusted?
No, that's not what I meant. I only meant that, like mayoral elections, there must also be procedures for the succession of the throne.
Yes. Ideally, we would have liked to have heard this announcement directly from Her Majesty.
I understand this news is unsettling.
This bumbling idiot's gonna be the next king.
However, I ask that you remain calm and carefully consider what has been shared. As I mentioned earlier, Her Majesty herself will make the announcement during the birthday festival. Would it not be best to verify the truth of this matter when that time comes?
Well, I guess so.
Our main concern is how the public will react once this news becomes official. To avoid the spread of misinformation, we wanted to inform all of you, the leaders of our society first. His Grace specifically made this decision with that in mind.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Additionally, Her Majesty's abdication is not merely a domestic political affair for Liberal. It will also attract the attention of foreign powers, particularly the threat in the north, Erebonia. At this crucial time, we must unite and support our new king, the man who stands before you now. We are entering a truly pivotal moment.
He's making it all sound so convincing.
Yeah, he's quite the talker.
So you're saying that while we wait for Her Majesty's official announcement...
What a tournament went to the predicted that. Yeah, the intelligence division threw the final match to let Zin and Estelle and Joshua into the castle.
We should mentally prepare ourselves for what's coming. Is that it?
I'm glad you understand.
Well, I suppose if it does indeed come to that, we'll have our hands full.
Quite. We'll need to announce it to the citizens as well.
I have a question. His Grace does hold a legitimate claim to the throne. But isn't there another with a strong claim to the succession?
Well, that is...
You must be referring to Princess Claudia, Her Majesty's granddaughter. It's undeniable that she and His Grace, Duke Dunin, have equal claim according to the royal succession laws. However, on account of her young age, Her Majesty appears to have chosen His Grace instead.
Just Carla 0. Well, I think we'll just stick with Carla. Why don't we? Hello, Carla. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the trail stream.
As I mentioned before, she likely did not want to burden the young princess with such overwhelming responsibility.
Right in the midst of some exposition.
Yes, exactly.
How you doing? Oh, I'm doing very fine. How are you doing? On this lovely Monday night. No, people don't typically like the Mondays, but...
Besides, I plan to arrange a good marriage for Claudia. Unofficially, we've already received several proposals from foreign royal families. I'd say there's a fair chance that one of them may be finalized within the year.
Somewhat exhausted. Yeah, that's why people don't like Mondays. Myself included. That's why it's good to just kind of chill out this late at night with some good story time with Trails.
Oh my!
I see. Then it seems we have 2 pieces of good news to celebrate.
Yes, but the princess... Isn't she a little too young to be getting married?
A cat humanoid persona? What do you mean? A cat humanoid persona. His back feels like it's shattered. Well, a good rest, a good sleep tonight. Should have you all fixed up and ready for the rest of the week.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Zin?
Oh, Zin's gonna interrupt this conversation. All right.
Oh? Yes, go on. I don't mind.
Rigging continuously for 4 hours. VTuber. Oh, you're. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, sitting down for all that time. Yeah, that. It's always good to stand up every once in a while, but sometimes you get so into what you're doing, you just don't even think about it, and time flies by, and then a couple hours later, it's turned out so cute. Oh, that's good. A VTuber model artist, huh? Or rigger, rather.
Forgive my bluntness, but this doesn't seem like the kind of discussion outsiders like us should be privy to. Not to mention the fact that I'm not even a citizen of this kingdom. Why then have you chosen to announce this news now?
Because it just so happened that the champions of this year's royal tournament turned out to be bracers. At a critical matter such as Her Majesty's abdication is something I felt the guild should be notified.
Thank you for the follow, Carla. I really appreciate it. Her name is Vanilla. Well, that's really fitting for a cat persona now, isn't it? Character lore. I am the survivor, or so I'm called. I am the sword guy. Yes, Arctic has it right. Me sword guy. Me swing sword. But yes. I am a massive. I am big into RPGs. So if you like watching RPGs, JRPGs, new RPGs, old RPGs, and I hope you enjoy your time on my channel. Do you stream, Carla? Or do you just rig the models?
In fact, it was I who proposed to His Grace that we shared this information with you.
I see. So the rumors are true. The military and the guild really do maintain a good relationship here in Liberal.
You see, unlike the Empire or the Republic, Liberal lacks a strong military force.
Want to see Vanilla? See Vanilla where? I think that's the big... It depends, where does one see Vanilla? On Twitch?
We simply must cooperate. That is the harsh reality of the situation.
On Discord, I see.
In any case, I trust that explains things, yes?
I understand. I'll make sure to pass this information along to the Capital's Guild branch.
I have to apologize to Carla. I don't answer to DMs on Discord very much. But if you have a link, you'll be allowed to share it in chat. It's nothing against you, it's just a principle that I have because, oh, that's just the nature of things. It's just another country's business to me, but you two must have been pretty shocked, huh? Duh, of course you were. I never even imagined that things are already this far along. Huh? Never mind. But what a waste. The food was so delicious, it was melting in my mouth, but with everything that happened, it was like eating ash. I hear you there. Estelle, how about we go for a walk to help all that food go down? Huh? All right. Yeah, that's a great idea. I really need some fresh air. First fight, sightseeing, and now a post-dinner stroll. I don't have a link. I have a Twitter that I'll upload my Oh, okay. Yes. If you have a Twitter, go ahead and drop it. Drop it in chat. I'll have a look at it shortly. I hate to admit it, but it sounds like my age is starting to get the better of me. Don't be silly, Zin. Why don't you take a walk too? This place is full of history. There's so much to see. Maybe. I'll wander around a bit, see if I feel it like it later. Might even try and sneak some leftovers from the kitchen. Wait, for real? You're gonna eat more? I wouldn't call it eating. We're like drink time snacking. Drink time snack. I need to remember that one. I hear there's a lounge where you can get a drink, so I'll probably check that out. Okay, definitely gonna save there. Carla Nero 7. 1 second here. Let me have a look. So you guys won't be able to see this because I'm doing this on my phone. But oh, I just got your follow on X, which I appreciate that as well. Let's see what we got here. Your heart is very cute, Carla. I like your style. I like it a lot. Oh, I see. Vanilla. Yeah, vanilla right here. Love the coloring as well. And the heterochromia eyes are always nice too. A nice touch. Here. I'll give you the follow on Twitter, Carla. I always like finding artists and taking a look at the stuff that you post. But I'm not super active on Twitter, which again I apologize. Just the way I am, but I do like seeing. I love seeing art on Twitter and stuff that everybody posts. There's a lot of talented people out there, yourself included. So it's always a joy to see this stuff. But yeah, let's do another month of SWTOR. I consider it. I haven't made any strong decisions yet, though. I get the dumbest polish and I got all those Steam Dosh. I can just play the auction house all board for her. Oh, you're very welcome, Carla. I apologize to Elon Musk. I'm so sorry. There we go. I'm ready. Save again. I already saved. Apologize to Bezos, too. Listen, man. I got enough in me for one apology per night. And I just use it up. They can share it. Okay. How long have I been streaming? Officially? I'll be coming up on I think, how should I say this? Technically, I started a year ago, last January, technically. But I didn't really hunker down and take it seriously until about March or April. So roughly a year. Yeah, roughly a year. I can say a year. Don't have time to play games because I'm like, right. And honestly, yeah, it's similar for me. I can stream like maybe 3 times a week. And what I stream, the games I stream, is like a vast majority of my gaming time nowadays anyway. Yeah, definitely something that takes. You need to set aside time to stream. But I'm sure that if you're ever hellbent on becoming a streamer, I'm sure you could do it too, and you'll be able to make your own models too, which is really cool. I don't have that kind of talent. I can't draw. I can't draw or paint or anything like that. I draw like a monkey. A monkey could draw better than me. Do I like VTubers? I should say yeah, because I'm a PNG tuber. No, VTubers are funny. I think VTubers are one of the more interesting forms of entertainment nowadays. I'm being quite honest. A really good use of technology, like modern technology and streaming technology. And the way that a lot of the bigger ones too are pushing this technology as well, making crafty use out of what do you call it? Not scanning, tracking software. Why do I get Live 2D made? I'll make the jump eventually. I have to make some I need to make some adjustments to my setup before I make the jump to Live 2D. But that's something I'll consider in the future, not right now. Things have gotten really out of hand. I'm itching to meet the queen and hear what's really going on. Also, I really like the PNG. I love this PNG. I love this this avatar. In the green screen bodysuit. No, but I definitely need to make some upgrades to the setup before making the jump. It'll look like Tron guy. Tracking the light, and I would love to get a what do you call it? One of those the stream decks. Is that what they're called? It's like extra keys, like hotkeys that you can use for like toggles and stuff like that. I'd love to get one of those. My hands on one of those first too. Let's stick to the plan and go see Lady Hilda. She said she had a way for us to meet the queen. Got it. He does it for the love of the game, right?
Oh, it's you two.
Ah. Colonel Richard.
Estelle and Joshua. Isn't this the first time we've had the pleasure of speaking privately?
Yes, the last time we spoke was over the exchange a few words after Mayor Dalmore's arrest. Of course, I didn't expect you to remember us, Colonel.
Alas, much wasn't said, but you two still left a strong impression on me.
Yet your model and idea is coming to mind. An idea, you say?
I decided to look into your backgrounds and was quite surprised. I never imagined
a good
you
idea?
two would be the children of Colonel Cassius.
So you figured that out too.
They don't call us the intelligence division for nothing. We were in the army together, you see. Colonel Cassius is someone I owe a great deal to. So much so that words cannot express. What do you say to having a little chat? I've been wanting to for quite some time.
What?
Colonel.
Colonel
Don't
Richard,
you have a
being
meeting
so
with His
forward.
Grace the Duke?
I can afford to be a little late. I know. Let's head to the lounge for our chat. I'll even treat you two to some non-alcoholic cocktails.
I can prepare them for you.
There's no need for that. Go inform His Grace the Duke that I'll be running late.
Malthea really likes Richard, doesn't she?
Yes. Understood, sir.
Ooh, death stare.
Well then, if you'll excuse me.
You tell me on Twitter? Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Now then, shall we make our way to the lounge? Follow me.
It's late. Yeah, Malthea is not happy. I don't think we have much choice. We'll just have to find Lady Hilda after our chat.
I first met Colonel Cassius immediately after I graduated from the military academy. I was assigned to the independent mobile unit he commanded at the time. From that moment until the day he left the army, he was my mentor, personally and professionally.
Oh, is that right? What was my dad like back then? I mean, what did you think of him?
In short, he was a hero. His skill with the sword earned him the title of Divine Blade. He could think on his feet and adapt effortlessly to any battlefield scenario. His expertise wasn't limited to broad tactics. He mastered strategic operations at the highest level. He was without rival.
Sounds like you're talking about a totally different guy. So did you work with him during the 100-Day War too?
Yes, I fought under Colonel Cassius's command during the war. I remember it like it was yesterday. The fervor and excitement with which we carried out the strategies he devised. I'll save those stories for another time. If I start talking about those days, we'll be here all night. But I will tell you this. If Cassius Bright had not been in the Royal Army back then, our kingdom would be part of the Erebonian Empire today.
No way. That's impossible.
It's precisely because Colonel Cassius accomplished the unbelievable that he is called a hero. He retired immediately after the war, and even declined the accolades offered to him. His deeds remain unknown to most. Yet even now, among certain soldiers, the name Colonel Cassius is synonymous with heroism.
Ugh. That pencil-mustached old man never told me that. Well, it's not what a father would sit down and tell his daughter. Don't be too hard on him, okay? Hey, I'm the victim here. Wait a second. Joshua, you don't seem all that surprised by any of this. Don't tell me you already knew about all this. I didn't know Colonel Richard was one of Dad's subordinates, but... as for the rest, yeah, I knew most of it already. What? So you're an accomplice? Calm down, Estelle. I mean, it's not like Dad told me everything anyway. Besides, he specifically asked me not to tell you. I can't believe this. When he finally gets back, I'm gonna let him have it. Sorry for getting sidetracked, Colonel Richard.
No, not at all. Seeing the two of you has actually put me at ease. When Colonel Cassius decided to leave the army, I did everything I could to make him stay. Ultimately, it seems leaving was the right choice for him after all. With you two by his side, he was likely able to overcome the grief he felt after losing his wife.
Oh, this guy is very good, Colonel Richard. Colonel Richard?
Well then, I thank you both for keeping me company.
This is the 20 charisma stat villain of the game.
I'll take my leave now. I can't keep His Grace waiting too long.
Ah, okay. Sorry, it feels like we didn't have much of interest to say for ourselves.
Not true. If anything, you two answered the question I wanted to know most. Now I can proceed without regret.
What do you mean by that? What did he mean by this?
I'm sure we'll meet again soon. And when that time comes, I hope I'll have the chance to speak with Colonel Cassius as well.
So... was that really Colonel Richard just now? Huh? Of course it was. You half asleep or something? I mean, the way he talked about Dad. It was so different from what I expected. Yeah, guess he's not some mustache-twirling villain after all. It doesn't change the fact that he's definitely plotting something, though. Regardless of what happened with Dad, we have to remember that. Yeah, I guess you're right. I hate to say it, but his friendliness just now might just be part of his plan. It'd be easy for a trained intelligence officer to deceive kids like us. Maybe, but isn't that a little cynical? Yeah, you're right. Leave the suspicions to me. You should trust your own instincts. You should still have your guard up and be ready for anything. I think that's all part of what it means to be a bracer. Right. I guess I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Estelle. Oh, stop it. Don't go thanking me. Anyway, we should hurry and find Lady Hilda. She's probably sick of waiting for us by now. Right, we should head to the maid's quarters. Wow, so a lot of exposition happening. Cassius, of course, was the key to winning the 100-Day War between the Erebonian Empire and the Kingdom of Liberal. And during the banquets, let's see. Zin's not from Liberal, he's from Calvard, he's from the Eastern Republic. And him being a forwarder, him becoming the champion, as we saw earlier, Colonel Richard ordered Lords to throw the final match in order to let Zin become champion and be able to banquet with the Queen. Well, we were supposed to be with the Queen, but it was with Duke Dunan. But Zin's not privy to how things work around here. But with Zin's approval on the military and the bracers, maintaining good a good relationship. He doesn't have Zin's approval necessarily, but Zin's gonna not be suspect, despite being so close to the intelligence division now. He's setting up Duke Dunan for something. And he's also setting up Princess Claudia for something. He has his hands in a lot of pies right now. His strong hand. His strong hand. Take my strong hand. Alright, maid quarters. We'll be wrapping up pretty soon.
Estelle, Joshua, I've been waiting for you. You certainly took your time, didn't you?
Sorry about that. We kinda got held up by Colonel Richard.
By the Colonel?
He told us some war stories about him and our father. I don't think he's aware of what we're planning, though.
I see. I learned from the letter that you are Cassius's children. I can understand how that might have made Colonel Richard feel sentimental.
You know my dad too, Lady Hilda?
Yes. Back in the day, he often came to the castle as General Morgan's adjutant. I also heard he was a close friend of the late prince, Her Majesty's son.
The late prince?
Princess Claudia's father?
Yes. He passed away in a maritime accident 15 years ago.
Small detail. One that was mentioned previously.
If only the prince were still alive, I doubt we'd be in the situation we're in.
Huh?
Quite a few streams ago.
There's no use lamenting the past. It's getting late. We should begin immediately. Shay, please join us.
Oh, you're...
Shay, was it?
Yes. Hello, Miss Estelle and Mr. Joshua. Lady Hilda briefed me on the situation.
You can trust her completely. Shay serves as the personal maid to the princess when she resides in the castle.
The princess? Oh, Princess Claudia.
I see. Then it shouldn't be a problem.
Hilda knows their dad real well if you catch my Jim. She's a freak.
I'm honored. Now, could you please
I
try
would say
on the
spray him.
uniforms we've prepared?
Give him the pass this time.
I'll help adjust the
'Cause
finer
I
details.
agree with him.
Like the ribbons and headband.
He started to approach that out of line, but he is right point.
What?
Do you mean...
You just tell. You just tell.
Yes. Estelle will enter the royal keep disguised as a maid. If we adjust her hair a bit, I don't think the guards will recognize her.
Doing tricks on it? Alright, now spray him.
Right.
Wait, do this. Fuck.
It makes sense. Uniforms are perfect for concealing individuality. This might just be the perfect disguise for sneaking into the royal keep.
So I'll be wearing a maid outfit, huh? I've always thought they were pretty, especially after meeting Leela.
I thought it was Lila. Fuck.
They're so frilly and cute, but they also look easy to move in.
Yes. If they weren't easy to move in, Cleaning would be a nightmare.
Right? All right, let me get dressed.
You seem really excited. It's fine to have fun, but make sure you don't disrespect Her Majesty, okay? I won't be there to help keep you in line this time.
Huh? Why not? You're going to wear one too, right?
What?
Oh no. Joshua.
Estelle?
Run, Joshua.
Come on, Joshua. You wore that princess outfit for the play. A dress and a maid outfit aren't that different.
That was just for a performance. Wearing women's clothes to meet the queen? That feels so disrespectful.
It'll be fine. You didn't even look weird. Actually, you looked amazing as a princess.
Quit joking around. Lady Hilda, Shay, could you two please talk some sense into her?
Just, actually.
I see. Yes, this might work. Shay, we still have that hairpiece for the princess, don't we?
Yes, there's one that's never been used. It's long black hair, so I think it would suit Mr. Joshua perfectly.
Joshua. It still's in the femboys. She just might be. I think that play back at the school, all that time back, triggered something in her. Triggered a change. Triggered a very distinct taste in men. Beautiful men. Femboys. About the dumbass spell, you're now required to summon. Which bundle did you get? You didn't get the fucking expensive one, did you?
Wait a second.
With the auction house mount.
It's decided. 3 against 1. Majority rules.
If you please.
You did.
The dressing room is right this way.
Oh god. The ultimate fucking. Now you can roll around in style on the fucking fleet.
Wait, hang on. I never agreed to this. All right, fine. At least let me change by myself.
Here for 6 months. That's a 6 month. I guess that doesn't make the price seem all that bad. I thought it was just the 1 month and then you got the mount.
Wait, Shay, is that makeup?
Oh, they're going all out on Joshua in there. Close your eyes and breathe, Joshua. Retreat to your happy place.
Oh my.
Stell, okay.
How do I look?
It suits you perfectly.
You are the picture of a lively, cheerful maid in training, newly hired to work at the castle.
6 months of the bundle would be $90. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought it was just one month. You get the coins and the mount. But yeah, 6 months doesn't sound all that bad. Up on Twitter for a bit, I dropped the live 2D concept. Oh, you did you?
And with your hair down, no one will suspect a thing.
Here's what I'm going to see. I have my phone up though.
I might just have to offer you a job here when this is all over.
And where do I see this concept of yours, Carla?
Well, I still have bracer work to do, so I wouldn't be able to. But more importantly, come on out, Joshua! We're all waiting for you!
Do I really have to?
Yes, you do!
Oh, Joshua.
Don't make me come in and drag you out!
All right. Guess I've got no choice.
Joshua!
Oh my. It's almost frightening how well that suits you.
Oh, I see it. Okay, here we are. Ah, you went all out for this.
I know, right? Like, seriously, how do you look even better than I do?
The makeup was definitely worth the effort.
Okay, get it all out now.
All right. It seems we have everything in order. I will now escort you to the royal keep. Remember, you will be treated as maids in training, so please act accordingly.
Right, understood. Oh, we're finally meeting the queen.
Yeah, this is the moment of truth. We need to stay focused and make it into the royal keep.
The way your face is so serious while dressed like that? So funny.
Did you check it? I'm looking at it right now. I actually didn't realize how much goes into a live 2D concept. That makes sense.
Well, excuse me for not dressing more seriously. You're the one who forced me to wear this thing.
Okay, I'm sorry. Come on, don't be so sulky. I'll treat you to some ice cream later.
Unlike you, I won't be bribed with food.
Tier list? What's a tier list? Tier list to Riot. I like how Joshua has padding. He's got chest padding. They went all out for him.
Hey, when have I ever been bribed with food?
You two sure do get along well, don't you?
There's no time to waste. We must head to the royal keep at once.
Why confuse? Or I control the head maid.
You're looking pretty stiff, Joshua. Come on, give me the line you practiced.
Welcome back, Master.
Perfect. Now you're a prim and proper black-haired maid. Very nice.
Keep the teasing down, will you?
Hold on. I'm gonna leave, gonna make the last slot right here. Just to see Joshua's embarrassment as a maid. We can hurry along.
By the way, I've heard you're acquainted with the other invited guests.
Yes, but we'd rather not run into...
What? Just stay behind Lady Hilda and you'll be fine. You look totally different.
Whatever.
I think we talk to the others. I wonder if they actually recognize Joshua. Where's Zin? No, I want to see Zin. Can Zin recognize Joshua? He's way at the end. Oh. Looks like all the prettiest girls in the kingdom are here. I'd expect nothing less than the royal castle. Ladies, if you're here to tidy up, would you mind getting it over with quickly? No sin. Please don't look at Joshua like that. See it now. Let's see. Tier 1, 4 expression on toggles. Tier 2, 6 expression, 2 toggles. Tier 3, 8 expression. You see. It is a lot of ideas for the concept. It really is. Finish this cutscene and probably call it, because I'm getting tired. Getting a little sleepy. Oh, I'm sorry, eepy. Good savior. Lady Hilda. Visiting Her Majesty at such a late hour.
Yes, I brought the tea and tableware Her Majesty requested. The situation has been rather inconvenient for her, you see.
That's tough. Oh. Where are these maids? I don't recognize them.
They are new trainees recruited by order of His Grace the Duke.
Can we talk after the stream? For a little bit. I need to sleep soon.
They arrived at the castle today.
They certainly are pretty.
Thank you.
Don't talk, Joshua. I have to go feed my cat. Alright, go feed your cat. Don't let the kitty starve. I'm just kidding. You look familiar.
And just what do you think you're doing staring at these young women like that?
Leering.
Surely you aren't imagining anything untoward, are you? If there's even a whiff of misconduct, I'll have no choice but to report it to His Grace and the Colonel.
Nothing untoward. We're the elite soldiers of the Royal Army. We would never engage in such behavior.
I should hope not. Now then, may we be allowed to pass?
My apologies. Please, go right ahead. Phew, I was so nervous. Thanks, Lady Hilda. You're a lifesaver. That was very well done. I'm glad I could be of help. Now, would you like to change before we meet Her Majesty? If you don't mind staying in those outfits, we can proceed right away. I don't mind staying in the change. Please, let us change. Poor Joshua. He just can't catch a break. There's no need to be shy. Would it really have killed you to stay dressed like that? Our appearance affects our credibility. No way I was gonna stay dressed like that. By the way, Lady Hilda, this room. Yes, this is Princess Claudia's room. However, she doesn't usually reside in the castle, so it is rarely used. Wow, really? But I thought the princess was taking care of the queen. It was a lie too, wasn't it? You can ask Her Majesty for the details in person. Her room is located on the second floor of the Royal Keep. Let us head there now. Let's save.
Your Majesty, please excuse the intrusion. As we discussed before, I have brought Estelle and Joshua.
Thank you. Please, have them come in.
Yes, Your Majesty. I'll wait for you here. Please go inside.
Right.
If you'll excuse us.
The Queen.
Welcome, both of you.
Queen Alicia. Finally.
My name is Alicia von Auslese. I am the 26th ruler of the Kingdom of Liberal.
I'm Estelle Bright, a junior bracer from the Bracer Guild.
And I'm Joshua Bright, also a junior bracer. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Majesty.
Estelle, Joshua, I've truly been looking forward to meeting you both. I may not be able to offer much, but please allow me to at least serve you some tea. Please make yourselves comfortable. I see. So Professor Russell said all that. A black orbment capable of halting all orbal energy. And Colonel Richard has managed to acquire it.
Go Hilda rip my eyes, she could definitely shoot.
The professor said if anyone knew what Colonel Richard intended to do with it,
it's the
it would
power,
be you, Your Majesty.
the authority, the confidence.
Do you have any ideas?
The way she carries herself.
There is one possibility that comes to mind.
She's a queen after all.
However, I find it hard to believe that the Colonel would know about it. I hope it is nothing more than my imagination, but...
And what is it?
I suppose it is all right to tell you. A massive orbital reaction was detected beneath the royal capital a decade ago.
Okay. Exposition dump. Ready yourselves. Massive orbital reaction was detected beneath the royal capital a decade ago. Remember that we spent a little time inside the museum last stream as well.
Professor Russell from the Central Factory was the one who led the investigation of it.
A massive orbital reaction?
If it was beneath the royal capital, could it be near the sewers?
No, it was detected far deeper underground. Professor Russell speculated that it might be a relic of an ancient civilization that still functioned.
A relic of an ancient civilization?
She's talking about ancient items, like the orbital devices known as artifacts.
Which we saw one so far in this game. It would be the time stop scepter that the mayor of Ruan had. He used it on Estelle and Joshua. And that's when that black orb activated and nullified it.
Most of them, like the devices found at the tops of the towers, have long since ceased to function. But some, like the Dalmore family heirloom, still retain their power.
That would be the time stop scepter.
Something like that is beneath the capital? And that gospel ornament might be...
Something designed to disable the function of that relic. Is that correct?
Yes. However, we still don't know what the relic is or why it was buried in the first place. Unfortunately, Professor Russell's investigation concluded without a definitive answer. Which is why it is so difficult to understand how Colonel Richard found out about it.
I see. In any case, it's likely something bad could come of this.
Oh, just when I was starting to think he wasn't so bad, and it turns out he was planning something horrible. If his actions are going to harm others, then it's definitely a job for bracers. We have to stop the Colonel, no matter what.
I'd expect nothing less of Cassius's children.
Huh?
Your Majesty, did you know our father?
He was a dear friend of my late son, and the hero who saved our fair kingdom. Even after he left the army to become a bracer, he continued to serve the kingdom admirably.
I see.
I had no idea.
Knowing his personality, that doesn't surprise me at all. I wonder, do you know what he did in the war 10 years ago? Do you know how he distinguished himself?
Not really, no.
I want to grab that piece of Estelle's hair and cut it off. You mean her idiot curl? That's how you can tell she's so stupid.
Then perhaps
once you
it
cut that
falls
off, she
upon
becomes
me
smart
to tell
later.
you. Estelle, Joshua, would you mind indulging an old woman by listening to her reminisce about the past?
Yes, of course.
We'd be honored to listen.
It
It's
began
like
10
pincer and
years
smiley
ago,
words, yeah.
in the spring. An unfortunate incident took place in the Erebonian Empire's southern region. The cause of the event remains unknown, so I will refrain from describing the incident itself. But in the wake of the event, the Empire declared war on Liberal. Thus began the tragic period that would later come to be known as the 100-Day War. The Imperial Army, upon declaring war, quickly broke through Hocken Gate with overwhelming force. It wasn't long before all of Liberal, save for the royal capital, fell to Imperial occupation. The invading forces were said to be nearly 3 times the size of our entire royal army. Reinforcements from Calvard couldn't arrive in time, and it seemed inevitable that the royal capital itself would soon fall. However, 2 months after the war began, the tide of battle shifted in a way no one could have anticipated. With newly developed patrol airships, we recaptured key checkpoints and cut Imperial supply and communication lines.
Struggle is brutally injured
Then,
him.
the
Hello.
Royal Army launched an attack by water from the Leiston Fortress, reclaiming each region. Zeiss, Rouen, Bose, Roland. The Imperial divisions occupying each area were cut off from their supplies and defeated one by
It was like
one.
fucking World War One.
The mastermind behind it was your father, Colonel Cassius Bright. At the time, he served as General Morgan's right hand and was Colonel Richard's superior.
See Richards on the left there, one with Morgan.
Thanks to the mediation of the Bracer Guild and the Septian Church, the war finally came to an end. However, by that time, Cassius had already lost something irreplaceable to him. Lena Bright, your mother, Estelle. The clock tower was destroyed in an act of desperation by an Imperial division cornered by the counterattack. And, as I'm sure you are well aware,
Estelle talked about this at the beginning of the
Cassius was
game.
unable to be by his wife's side during her final moments.
I had no idea.
In the end, he felt that it was his own strategy that caused his wife's death. Burdened with that guilt, Cassius left the army and became a bracer. All so he could stay by your side and always be there to protect those he loved.
But that's just so foolish, Dad. Mom didn't die because of you. Of course she didn't.
Estelle.
Yes, you're right. The fault is mine. As queen, I failed to protect the people of this kingdom. I'm sorry, Estelle. I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect your mother. I can't tell you how long I've wanted to apologize to you.
You don't need to apologize. You've kept the peace ever since the end of the war. Dad and everyone fought so hard to protect this kingdom. And Mom, she protected me with her life. It's enough just to know that.
Estelle, thank you, kind child.
This gave me flashbacks last season Attack on Titan, the World War One shit. I never watched Attack on Titan to the end. I kind of tapped. I didn't tap. I kind of like lost interest midway through the first season. But I read reading some synopses on the end of it. It does look like that though.
I'm truly grateful that I had the chance to meet you.
I'm of the opinion Attack on Titan should have ended after the first episode. Just leave it, right? Just leave it on that fucking the end of the first episode and never come back to it for like 10 to 20 years. Just let it stew in people's minds.
Your Majesty.
No explanations, nothing. Just show it and then leave it.
That's exactly why. I cannot allow you to get involved in something as dangerous as this. I don't want the two of you getting further entangled in this matter.
What? But Lieutenant Schwartz asked us to do whatever we could to help you.
And for that, I thank you. But with Cassius away, if anything were to happen to you, how could I ever face him again? I want you both to return home to Roland and wait for your father's return.
But Your Majesty, the peace that our father worked to create and that you've worked to preserve, it's beginning to waver.
Joshua.
It's not just about the gospel. If Colonel Richard is able to make the Duke king, what'll happen to that peace? I ask you to consider that.
Your Majesty, we became bracers and continued our dad's work. We fought against sky pirates, received the letter, opened a strange parcel, and traveled around the kingdom. In a way, it feels like Dad's been guiding us the whole...
Nope,
and
sorry,
so,
Estelle, just
I
interrupt.
want to protect it too. This peace that we cherish. I want to protect all the wonderful people we've met along the way. The people I love. I want to protect them in my own way. Just like you do. Just like Mom did.
Estelle, It seems she was right about you.
Huh?
I've made up my mind as well. Through the two of you, I would like to make a request to the Bracer Guild.
Your Majesty!
Your Majesty, please just say the word.
I want you to rescue those detained by the Intelligence Division, including my granddaughter, Claudia.
So it's true! The princess is being held somewhere against her will.
Yes. In hindsight, I believe this coup began the moment I decided to push for her to be the next queen.
Instead of Duke Dunan, you mean?
Yes, my nephew, Duke Dunan, is a man with various eccentricities. By contrast, though inexperienced, my granddaughter has shown great promise. When thinking of the kingdom's future, I decided to support Claudia.
I don't really know much about the princess, but I'm pretty sure you made the right call.
Unfortunately, as in every age, there are those who oppose women wielding power. And now, with memory still fresh from the recent invasion by a foreign power, the idea of 2 successive queens may make the kingdom appear weak. I have no doubt that there are those who harbor such feelings.
Get to the third season before it really pays off. You don't like the never done the first season for sure. I think Doom liked Attack on Titan. Or did he hate it? No, he liked it. I'm pretty sure he liked it.
You're talking about Colonel Richard, aren't you?
Precisely. He somehow discovered I was planning to support Claudia as our next
Considered
queen.
giving it another go through, just to say I did.
He then relayed this information to the Duke, which led to this coup. His goal appears to be controlling the Duke from the shadows and turning Liberal into a military powerhouse.
I see. The full picture is coming together into view.
Puppet King.
What exactly is he going to do to turn Liberal into a military powerhouse?
There are a few possibilities, like raising taxes to increase military spending, developing orbital weapons of mass destruction, implementing mass conscription, legalizing contracts with Jaegers, something that's currently banned in Liberal.
He doesn't like it a show changed. The second half of the show should have been a different show. Oh, okay, I see. And we talked about it before. I just couldn't remember his take on it. I don't think Estelle ever considered the conspiracy she would end up tangled in. We went from helping people find their cats and children find their lost shiny rocks to a military coup, raising taxes, increasing military spending, we're developing horrible weapons of mass destruction, implementing mass conscription, legalizing contracts. Jaegers are mercenaries, essentially, military mercenaries, PMCs, if you will. The game has suddenly gotten very heavy. He says it should have stayed a horror show.
No way.
I think it should have ended after the first episode. The biggest blue ball in history. You had the first episode and then let it sit for like 10 years, 20 years, and then expand on it.
The Colonel has already demanded I implement those things. At the time, it seemed to come from a place of pure patriotism. But I simply refuse to endorse an idea that I don't believe in. A nation isn't defended by her military strength alone. Diplomatic efforts, cooperation, and alliances with neighbors, technological and economic exchanges that foster wealth throughout the lands also serve to protect our nation.
You are absolutely right, Your Majesty.
Yes. What we need is trust.
But the Colonel dismissed this as nothing more than a naive feminine ideal. Then he demanded my abdication in exchange for Claudia's safety. Many have had their families taken hostage, leaving them unable to defy the Colonel. But I am the Queen. I cannot hand over the future of our kingdom just because of a threat to my family. And yet Claudia is my one and only granddaughter. I cannot simply abandon her.
Your Majesty, please don't worry.
We fully understand your request. We will rescue the princess and all those who are being held captive.
Thank you, Estelle and Joshua. With that, I can stand firm against the Colonel's threats.
Is there anything else we can do? There's still the matter of the gospel after all. Plus, I think we can help you escape.
Thank you, Estelle. But even if I were to escape, it wouldn't change the situation. As for the gospel, there are a few things I find troubling. I must confront the Colonel directly and demand an explanation.
Oh no. I gotta say, she really is an amazing woman. Joshua's back to being a maid. Kind gets strong-willed and with such dignity. When I get older, I hope I can be a cool granny just like her. Cool granny? I do agree that she had quite a presence fit for a queen. Yeah. I really want to stop this coup and help her, but that's a bit beyond the scope of what braces are supposed to do. For now, let's just do what we can on our own. Yeah, you're right. You know, I never dreamed the Queen would have stories to tell me about my dad. I wonder how much I still don't know about him. Estelle, Joshua, are you ready? Oh, yes. But let's hurry back to the maid's quarters. It's already past 11, nearly midnight I should think. Seriously? It's that late already? We did spend a long time talking with Her Majesty. If we stay any longer, the guards might become suspicious. Get back to the rooms and then call it. Hurry, hurry, hurry along. Lady Hilda, heading home for the night, are you? I can't read.
Yes, that's correct. I ask that you please ensure Her Majesty is dealt no disrespect this evening.
Talk about a cold attitude. Rest assured, ma'am, we're all loyal patriots here.
That's very reassuring. Now then, we will be taking our leave.
Thank you.
If you'll excuse us.
Joshua's girl voice. Hold on, ladies. I just remembered. I didn't get your names. Can you tell me, just for the record?
Oh, I'm?
Dorothy. Lena is her mother's name. Oh, that sure is a pretty name. It suits you quite well.
Oh, thank you.
And who's this young lady with the black hair?
My name is Karen.
Karen. Karen, huh? That sure is a pretty name.
Thank you. I'm quite fond of it myself.
I see. Right. I am a member of the Special Ops and...
Let's leave it at that, shall we? Any further, and I might consider it harassment.
It's the hot purple-haired one. No, I wouldn't dare. Please take care on your way back. Do not harass these fine women. While they hurry back to their rooms. Is it this way? Yes, this way.
As usual, Joshua gets all the boys. Those guys were totally checking you out when you gave them your name.
That's not true. Besides, you were having a pretty lengthy conversation with them too.
Yeah? But they didn't seem nervous with me at all. I'm a tiny bit insecure now.
Huh?
What's all this racket about, eh?
Oh no.
Why, hello, Your Grace.
Well, looky here. It's the head maid. Oh? And who might you girls be? I don't recall seeing you before.
This is Lena and Karen, the new maids in training. There's still a great deal about the castle they don't know, so I am showing them around.
Oh?
The butler isn't fucking blind.
Shoot. Are we busted?
This is bad. With how many times we've met him, he'll definitely recognize us.
Joshua, adjust your padding.
What's wrong, Philip? Why are you staring like that, huh? For a guy that's as stiff as you are, that's pretty rare.
Forgive me. One of them looks a bit like my niece. It appears I was mistaken. Young ladies, please accept my sincerest apologies.
Oh, nope. No trouble at all.
Yes, please pay no attention to it.
Looking at both of them, they're both quite the lookers, eh?
Oh no.
Especially that chestnut hair one. So lively, so healthy.
Don't say that like that.
The black-haired one could use a little tightening up around the waist.
Tightening up?
Thank you for your concern.
Joshua wants to stab this guy right now.
Yes. You, Lena, or whatever. I command you spend this night with me.
Oh my god. Joshua's really mad now. He's about to cut him up right here. Make some do it in sashimi.
Your Grace!
Hey, what does that mean?
What did he mean by this?
How should I explain it?
Your Grace, I must insist that is far too bold, even in jest. All the maids in this castle are in service of Her Majesty the Queen. Or have you forgotten that?
Yeah, I got it. It's just a joke. Man, you people can never take a joke, you know?
Just joking, man. It's just a prank, bro.
In any case, this castle's gonna be mine in a week. I guess we'll save the fun for then.
Your Grace, that's quite enough. Your alcohol consumption is one thing, but chasing after these young girls is intolerable. I, Philip, give you this counsel even at the risk of my own life.
I told you it was a joke, didn't I? That's it. I'm going to bed.
Of course, Your Grace.
Well said, Philip.
Your room is just this way. Please, watch your step.
Hoo-wee. Anyway, Lena or whatever, if you ever have any troubles, don't hesitate to tell me, eh? This old king will be happy to hear all you've got to say personally, okay?
Thanks so much.
How delightful. Yes, amusing.
Gross.
My apologies for the disturbance. I highly doubt His Grace will remember any of this tomorrow morning. Please, rest assured.
I certainly hope that is the case.
I'm truly, truly sorry. Lady Hilda, young ladies, if you'll please excuse me.
Oh, that man. Why does he continue to insist on taking on such unnecessary burdens?
You know Philip, Lady Hilda?
We've known each other since childhood. Yet now we serve different people, and our positions are quite far apart.
I see.
Philip has his hands full, doesn't he? I bet he's worried about the Duke being influenced by the Colonel, too.
Probably. And see, Estelle, you're popular too. The Duke said you were his favorite.
Ugh, that does not make me happy at all. Oh, and what was he talking about at the end?
Yeah, what did he mean by that? Spend the night with him. What does that mean?
That. Well...
Joshua. What did he mean by this? Joshua.
Estelle.
Joshua.
It is certainly not something a lady should ask a gentleman to explain in front of others.
Huh?
Here, I'll whisper it to you.
Oh, God. Dicks! He's talking about dicks! He's talking about dicks.
Do you understand now?
Yes.
You're so helpless sometimes.
Poor Estelle. I think Joshua should just cut him up right then and there. Save him for the next banquet. Lady Hilda, Shay, thank you so much for all your help. You really helped us out. Think nothing of it. We are merely doing our duty as servants of Her Majesty. As for Her Majesty's request, I hope you'll take it to heart. And please do whatever you can to save the princess. Oh, Shay, you're the princess's maid, aren't you? Yes. Unfortunately, I don't often get to serve her directly, but Her Highness is always so warm and kind. She always treats me as a friend. I've hardly slept a wink since I heard she was captured. I understand. We'll definitely save her, so don't worry. We should get going. Back to our room. At last. Oh. Oh. Upstairs.
And where might you two be going at this late hour?
That is a familiar voice. The Lady Amalthea. Captain Amalthea.
Good evening. You may be invited guests, but I cannot condone your behavior. Don't you think it's a bit late for you kids to be wandering around?
Our apologies. We were just so fascinated by the castle that we lost track of time. Oh, is that so? In that case, why don't you tell me where you were about, let's say 30 minutes ago? Where was it that you found so fascinating? So we're not allowed downstairs, not allowed in here. Definitely not allowed in here. I'm gonna say the maid's quarters. Because they didn't have any officers in there. And it wasn't explicitly said it was off limits, so. Honesty is the best policy after all. Let us cease this pretense. The fact is, we have received numerous reports of you going to and from the maid's quarters. Rather a strange place for sightseeing, isn't it? What? It's rude to ask questions you already know the answer to. I'll take that as a compliment. So what business did you have in the maid's quarters? Things will be easier for you if you're honest with me. That's...
Hey, Estelle! Joshua! There you are!
Ah, finally. He's even got his gourd. That's it. The drunken master.
Phew! Oh boy, that hit the spot.
He's totally hammered.
Oops! Pardon me. Why? If it isn't the lovely lady officer gracing us with her pretty presence. I mean, talk about fate, am I right? It's gotta be fate.
Yes, indeed. So, what's the problem here? Did my little students cause you some trouble? Students? No, it's just the fact that they were in the maid's quarters for quite some time. I wanted to know what they were doing there. The maids. The maids, yes. I sent her to give me some snacks to go along with my drinks. Hey, Joshua, did you get any snacks? No, it looked like the chef had already gone home for the night. I asked one of the maids, but she said that they didn't have any snacks on hand. No snacks, Guess I just had to get by without them. Hey, wait a minute, I just thought of something. Hey, you wanna come by my room for some tea? They say nothing goes better with a drink than a beautiful smile, and I already got the drink. I'm on duty, so I must decline. I'll overlook what happened earlier. But I must ask you to return to your rooms and refrain from any additional wandering around for the rest of the night. If you act suspiciously, I'll have no choice but to investigate. Yes, we understand. It's very late, so we'll be heading straight to bed. Good, that's more like it. Well then, we'll take our leave. Zin with the drunken save. Whoa, crash and burn. Bummer. Back to the room alone. Let's head back to the room, yeah? Yeah, okay. I'll head back with you. How much alcohol would it take to get Zin drunk? I'm reminded of stories like Audrey the Giant needing like 130 beers to get drunk.
Looks like we fooled her.
What?
It was a ploy.
You're not actually drunk?
That was just an act. I haven't had a lick of alcohol.
Seriously? Your face was even red.
You controlled your energy to improve blood flow and made yourself look drunk.
This is so fucking ridiculous to me. He moved his blood flow to his cheeks. Give himself some flush. Zin was splintered down the middle. God damn. You know she's down.
It's a
she does get
technique from
flustered
the East
around.
called Qigong, right?
Qigong.
Ah, I'm impressed you know about that. Anyway, you guys looked like you were in a bind, so I thought I'd step in. How'd I do? Pretty good, right?
Yeesh, Zin. You really are trouble. You helped us out, but you seriously had me fooled.
Sorry about that. So, how'd it go?
Huh? How'd what go?
Isn't it obvious? You're meeting with Her Majesty.
What? How did you know about that, Zin?
Did Elnan say something about our plan?
He's just pretending to be an idiot. Please understand.
Nah, the branch officer didn't say a peep. You could say I was fishing and just happened to throw out a little bait.
Bait?
There's no way you could just guess that without having any information. Zin, what exactly do you know?
Guess it's finally time for me to show you guys.
Zin handed Estelle a letter.
A letter?
A letter.
This handwriting.
On the letter.
Go on, read it.
Read the letter.
Should clear a few things up.
By reading the letter.
All right.
Time to read the letter.
My dear Zin Vathek, it's been a while. I hope this message finds you well. I'll get right to the point, so please excuse the informal tone. A situation involving the Jaegers has forced me to venture toward the Empire. However, it seems some suspicious forces are moving within Liberal, and leaving things to the kids makes me uneasy. Which is why I must ask you for a favor. Would you come to Liberal in my absence and lend a hand to the young should they need it? I know this will be your first time in Liberal, so feel free to enjoy the sights as well. There's a tournament for the Queen's birthday, which should make for an excellent cover. I realize all this is sudden and an imposition, but if you're available, I'd greatly appreciate your help. I'll be back before the Queen's birthday festival, so let's have a drink together then. Cassius Bright.
Cassius Bright, ever the grand strategist. Lauded by the Queen, lauded by Captain Richard, lauded by everybody who isn't Estelle and Joshua. Brought Zin here under the pretense of entering the martial arts tournament.
P.S. You may have a chance to meet my daughter and son. They're both in training, so feel free to give them a bit of extra work. But please, let them handle things on their own as much as possible.
Una Carta?
This letter...
Uno Mas?
So you came to Liberal at our father's request? And he's currently in Arabonia?
Yep, that about sums it up.
Sums it up? So, in other words, Zin, you were in cahoots with my dad this whole time?
You make it sound so shady. I owed Cassius a favor from when he visited Calvard. He helped me out a lot. So when I got his letter, it seemed like the perfect way to pay him back.
Spanish for a letter, okay, I see. I have the Spanish of a baby, please understand. I understand. Uno mas. You say that at the bar, and then they kick you out.
I see.
When did you realize we were his children?
When I first met you two, I had a hunch after I noticed Estelle carrying a staff. Then I asked Kilika to confirm it.
Unbelievable. You could have at least told us something. We've been so worried about our dad, not knowing where he's gone.
Yeah, I am sorry about that. But based on his letter, it seemed like Cassius wanted to keep his trip to the Empire a secret. And you two accomplished quite a bit on your own anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Joshua, it's cool if we tell Zin the rest, right?
Yeah, it's probably better to explain everything at this point. This isn't really something we can handle on our own.
Estelle and Joshua told Zin that they met Queen Alicia at Professor Russell's request, and that they accepted a mission to rescue the captive Princess Claudia.
I see. I thought something smelled fishy after everything we heard at the banquet. All right, I'll help you with this mission.
What? Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, it's the perfect chance for me to repay Cassius. Please, let me help.
No, please! We should be the ones asking for your help!
We truly appreciate it.
Where are we?
Oh man. This is perfect to end on. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this.
I had no idea a place like this even existed.
This is far larger than I expected. Lieutenant Lawrence, can you guide us to the deepest point?
Of course.
Oh dear.
Whoa! Mechanical monsters?
Ancient orbital golems.
Wait. They changed that? Sorry, his wording there is a little different from what I thought he was going to say. Oh man! Boom!
Amazing. They took down those things so easily.
You reacted even faster than I did.
Swordman, don't quit.
I don't think I could ever stand a chance against you.
You're far too modest. To see the speed you acquired from the Divine Blade himself, it was truly an honor to see it in action.
I still have much to learn. But the clock ticks far too quickly to wait until I'm fully ready. Somehow, with these humble hands, I must carve a future for our kingdom. Brave warriors, the path to great power has been opened. The shining new dawn of our beloved Liberal is near at hand. I am counting on you all.
Yes, sir! We, your loyal Special Ops soldiers, pledge our undying loyalty and dedication.
For the glory of Liberal! For the glory of Liberal!
Well then, understood. Estelle, Joshua, you both done an outstanding job. I think you'd return with a request of Her Majesty herself. Just a lucky break, I guess. But from here on out, I think we're gonna need a lot more than just luck. Like endgame builds. We need to stay focused. As long as you both understand that, then there's nothing more for me to say. In any case, this means the request from Professor Russell has been fulfilled. I'm sure you'll need plenty of support moving forward, so allow me to give you your reward. Yes, BP. 18! Oh my god, we're so close. I want this gladiator belt. We're getting there. As for the next matter, Zin. It was truly fortunate that you came at Cassius' invitation. Please, lend us your strength as an A-rank bracer. Yep, that's the plan. Even if I didn't know Cassius a debt, I couldn't walk away from a crisis like this. I'm with you all the way. That's Zin for you. Always so generous. And what's with this A-rank business? It's how we measure a senior bracer's skill. The ranks range from G, the lowest, to A, the highest. Kinda like Monster Hunter, Estelle. Now available on Steam, Monster Hunter Wilds. So an A-rank bracer is the highest? Whoa, Zin, you're a big deal. I'm actually one of the lower ranked A-rank bracers. There are roughly 20 A-rank bracers across the whole continent. There's even an unofficial S-rank above that. It's reserved for bracers who have resolved cases of national importance. There are only 4 of them on the entire continent. I can't even imagine how amazing they have to be. Oh, guess you really don't know anything, do you? One of those S-ranks is Cassius. What? That's right, S-rank is the highest. S-rank is the highest. No way. Joshua, did you know that? Sorry, I've known for a while. He got it 5 years ago after dealing with an incident in the Republic. Man, seriously? I can't even be mad anymore. A colonel in the Royal Army, a hero known as the Divine Blade, an S-rank bracer. Why doesn't he just come fix this whole mess for us? You've got a point. If Cassius had been here, he probably would have crushed the coup before it took root. Joshua, is something wrong? I just find it all a bit strange. All these incidents happened after Dad left on his journey. It's almost like someone planned for the coup to happen while he was away. I can't seem to shake the feeling. So Cassius going to the Empire was all part of the coup d'etat. Is that what you're suggesting? No, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I can't imagine anyone being able to manipulate Dad like that. They would have to understand his movements and try to outmaneuver him. True, that wouldn't be easy. I mean, we know him and still had no idea that what he was planning. Well, I doubt anyone, even that colonel, could outsmart Cassius. It's most likely just a coincidence that these things happen simultaneously. Either way, we can't rely on Cassius to support us. That's why I made an important decision. From this moment onwards, the Grand Soul branch of the Bracer Guild declares a state of emergency. State of emergency? State of emergency. This request does come directly from Her Majesty the Queen. It allows us to bypass our Article 3 regulation, which normally prohibits interference in national affairs. Daddy is a baddie. He definitely is. He's the biggest baddie there is. Apparently. However, we're still no match for the military. We'll not only need Zin's help, but the help of every bracer in the royal capital. Got it. Yeah, if we're going up against the intelligence division, we're going to need all the help we can get. Ideally, I'd have every branch across the nation help us as well, but as of today, all checkpoints and landing ports have been completely closed off by the army. All under the guise of anti-terrorism. Dun dun. What? That's essentially martial law. Looks like the enemy's done playing around. A secret bad guy. Oh, I see. Cassius is the villain. He's like, Estelle, I am your father. She's like, no. We're likely to try to keep the Royal Guard hidden from us if we're moving our forces freely. We'll have to make do with the forces we have. It'll be tough, but we got this. By the way, do we have any idea where they're actually holding the hostages? Ah, yes, I've been pondering that for some time now. And my best guess is they're being held at the Irby Royal Villa. The Irby Royal Villa? You mean the one in the forest? That place seems like the most plausible. The special ops have been using it, claiming it's for anti-terrorism. Dun dun. Besides, I doubt they'd keep a member of the royal family at a place like the Lacen Fortress. But since we're facing the army, we need something a bit more solid to go on. We can't afford to be wrong about this. Yes, exactly. Either way, we must gather every bracer in the city. Maybe you can ask for more information while rounding up the others. As I recall, Estelle, you and Joshua have connections with a certain journalist, yes? Oh, you mean Niall. That might actually be a good idea. See if he's heard anything. We should also request support from the Royal Guard in hiding. I'd appreciate it if you could follow up on that lead too. That means we need to get in touch with Lieutenant Schwartz, who's posing as a sister at the church. Considering she's the one who gave us the letter of introduction to the Queen, we should probably give her an update. We'll head to the cathedral too. There are currently 4 other bracers here in the capital: Kurt, Grant, Karna, and Annalise. You'll likely find them in the tavern, the usual shops, or maybe the hotel. If you see them, please let them know to gather here. Okay, got it. We'll head out right away.
Emergency, huh? Looks like things are getting serious.
Seems like my first big job in a while. I better psych myself up.
There are even more soldiers in town. We should move carefully.
No new side quests. Okay. We got our BP. We're basically set for gear and equipment for now. And that is a lot of story to go through. Okay, but we'll do that next time. We'll do that tomorrow. It's a good place to pause. A lot has been dropped on us in terms of lore. We are inching towards the end of the finale itself. I imagine there's going to be 2 streams left for this game, minimum. This getting to this part took a little bit longer than I thought it would. I had forgotten how long the castles is full of cutscenes after cutscene, which is fine. I forgot it took that long. So that's what we're gonna call it for the night. All right, yes, tomorrow night I'm gonna try and start at about 9 p.m. EST because, like I said, I've been trying to start earlier. Like an end earlier, but what has been going on is I start earlier and then I end at the same time. But that's fine. I fucking love this game. I'm looking forward to seeing the ending of it. So we'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you next time. Thanks for coming to watch, guys. You have yourself a good night, Salamandius. And I'm gonna pop into is Doom still streaming? Better still be streaming. Been lurking him all this time. Oh, Doom guy. He is, yes. Righty. As always, Wanderers, take care and farewell.